Mic check, mic check. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Steve Fries. I'm chairman of the Planning Commission, and I'll call this meeting to order. For all those at home, I just wanted to indicate, sorry for the technical difficulty, for guests getting it started at 6:30. We will be following the agenda as is shown. The one thing I'll be taking out of order is I'll be taking Independence Way before Natick Avenue Solar. And also for those interested in Natick Avenue Solar, that application could take some time. I'm allocating 2 to 2.5 hours to that matter this evening. We may end up not deciding that matter this evening and continue it to another meeting based on past history. And therefore, I would assume that by 10 o'clock, we'll get to the zoning board of review and then the subsequent items on our agenda about the comprehensive plan zoning amendments. So that's for those of you who are here and on Zoom, so you can plan accordingly your evening. Okay, with that said, I will now start approval meeting. I see some proposed edits to our minutes from Commissioner Lanfear. Commissioner Lanfear. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 4 of the minutes, and I did pass a copy out to everyone, under the section entitled Comprehensive Plan Amendments, the third paragraph down that begins with Commissioner Lanfear. At the end of that first sentence that ends with the word lots, I have added Commissioner Lanfear cautioned against allowing building on substandard lots as a matter of right and supported the current case-by-case approval process as more protective of neighborhoods. She also noted that this change, coupled with the recommended development along Broad Street, Warwick Avenue, and Elmwood Avenue, will disproportionately increase the burden on aging infrastructure and density east of Elmwood Avenue. I would offer that as an amendment to the minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you make a motion to amend the minutes for, is there a second to Commissioner Lanfear's amendment? Seconded by Commissioner Exeter. Is there any discussion of the amendment? Okay, all those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. Ayes have it. Any subsequent amendments? And Commissioner Barberi has abstained on that vote. Are there any other amendments? Seeing none, motion would be in order to approve the minutes as amended. Moved by Commissioner Lanfear, seconded by Commissioner Director Carrero. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Commissioner Barberi abstains. Next item on the agenda is 235 Beckwith Street. This, I believe, is a withdrawal request. Is that correct, Director or Mr. Brueggemann?
Yeah, so it's a request for withdrawal by the applicant. Technically, what happened with this application is the original owner applied for a subdivision, then sold the lot, and now the new owner at first needed some time, which is why they asked for the continuance, but now that it's technically a new owner, they're actually looking to submit a new application, basically requesting the same thing, but it's a new owner, so they think they need a new application, so they want to request for withdrawal without prejudice.
Okay, I'll ask the solicitor, do we have to vote on this or take public comment on it?
You don't have to do either, but if you want to take a vote, you can.
Okay, I'll move it along. Do you guys want to take a vote? We just move along if we don't have to.
You can move it because it's not, it hasn't been open.
Okay, we didn't have a hearing on this, so we're just gonna, it doesn't have to have a vote on it. It's been withdrawn. Next item on the agenda is 102 Old Oak Avenue. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard on this matter? Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Initial matter indicate that we've sent out the required notice to all abutters within 400 feet by certified mail, return receipt requested, and have filed an affidavit with the staff. I'd just make that note for the record. If I may, this is a oversized lot subdivision. I call it a one-lot subdivision, which really doesn't make sense, but it's to divide an existing 10,000 square foot parcel into two 5,000 square foot parcel. One 5,000 square foot parcel would have the existing two-family dwelling remain on it, and the second parcel would be for a single-family dwelling on a 5,000 square foot parcel. Always interesting to see neighborhoods and the way they are developed. This one, obviously over near Cranston Print Works, was platted in 1902 with many 2,500 square foot lots. And as you know, a lot of the mill houses were small and built on these small lots. This lot had this one house on it, built clearly to the right. I guess maybe with, and the city records indicate it was built in 1880. It doesn't look like an 1880 house, but evidently there was a structure built on it in 1880. So the request is essentially that we ask for relief from the merger provision, because under the merger provision, these four lots actually would merge into a 10,000 square foot property not allowing for any development on the remaining property. So essentially, we're asking for relief to allow the existing two-family to be, remain on 5,000 square foot, two lots, 2,500 each, and the second lot to be merged 2,500 each into a 5,000 square foot lot. Mr. Michael McHugh is here to testify as an expert in the area of land use, and he has testified before this commission as well as zoning boards across the state. I have his resume here and ask that he be qualified as an expert in the area of zoning and land use, Mr. Chairman.
Mrs. Solicitor, do we qualify experts at the planning board commission, although this is a UDR?
Since it is UDR, we should, because he's here for the zoning part of it.
Okay, do we have to have a formal vote on qualifying him as an expert?
I would recommend that.
Okay, could you please pass out the resume to me? And commissioners can take a look at it as they proceed. You can continue while we,
So I'll just, Mr. McHugh has been was a building official for 28 years, been an expert in this area for the past 15 or 22 years, testifying before many zoning boards in the state, and he's going to testify with respect to the standards of the relief requested under this UDR development.
you can testify, Mr. McHugh.
Yeah, so let me, Mr. Chairman, is he going to be sworn?
No, Ron's not here for this, so he will not be sworn.
He has prepared a report, and I know no one's had an opportunity to review it, but he will testify to the report as well as to the photographs that are included. So I ask that these be included as an exhibit. So I'll proceed, Mr. Chairman, if that's okay. If you have any questions. Mr. McHugh, please speak into the microphone, please, so everybody can hear you. Speak loudly. You're familiar with the property located at 102 Old Oak Street in Cranston, are you not? Yes, I am. And you're familiar with the neighborhood? Yes, I am. Can you please, did you make a site visit of the property? I have. Can you describe the existing conditions with respect to the site of this particular property and then with respect to the neighborhood?
Yes. Well, again, Mr. Gaffey mentioned there's an existing two-family dwelling. There are four 2,500 square foot lots presently. The house on the right side basically takes up the two lots to the right. The two lots to the left will be built on to build a new one-family dwelling. The existing house has been there for many years prior to the zoning ordinance taking effect in Cranston that is existing. The new house was built to meet all setback requirements, et cetera. The general area, as specified in my report, I have a number of photographs. There are many undersized lots of this type. More than 50% of the lots in the area are 5,000 square foot or less. There's also a number of the same lots as these little 2,500 square foot lots scattered around the area, included in there and on the map that you can see. I did not even count those lots as undersized lots because a lot of them are being utilized for dwellings presently. So when I say there's more than 50% of the lots in the area that are undersized lots, 5,000 square feet, it would be even more like 70% if you count those smaller lots. So again, the area very much non-conforming for today's zoning code with the lot sizes, frontages, and lot sizes.
So with respect to, we're here as a unified development, which means that where it's a subdivision, really we're going to be dividing the lots, the 10,000 square foot lot, the two 5,000 square foot lots, and we need relief from the zoning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you describe the relief that we need?
Yes, the present zone, the B1 zone, actually allows the one and two family dwellings. The use is allowed, specifically mentioned in the zoning ordinance and in the comprehensive plan that they are allowed. And we're here for dimensional variances only for the minimum lot frontage and for the minimum lot sizes. Again, it does comply with most of the other buildings and uses and lot sizes in the area.
So we're also asking for relief from the merger provision, is that correct? Because otherwise, these lots would.
Correct.
Lot size required for a two-family is 8,000 with 60 foot of frontage, and the lot size for a single family is 6,000 with 60 feet of frontage, is that correct?
That is correct also. If I may, a lot of these older platted areas, such as this house has been here for many years, way before zoning took effect. They probably could have subdivided these lots years ago. No one knew what was going to be happening in the future. If they had known about what was going to be happening, they would have subdivided a lot years ago into two 5,000 square foot lots, and they wouldn't even be here. We'd have the existing two-family on a legal lot, and we'd be able to build a new one-family on a legal lot. Unfortunately, people don't know too much about real estate or zoning issues. Many property owners don't know that, so they don't have the wherewithal to do that. So again, it does meet the requirements. So you see all the other lots in the area, the one families, two families, and even three-family dwellings on many of these undersized lots.
So with respect to the standards, the zoning standards established, in your opinion, is the hardship for which the applicant seeks relief in this case due to the unique character of the property and not the general character of the surrounding area?
Yes, my opinion, yes. These lots, again, were platted many years ago, I think 1902 or so. The present owner only wished to construct a legal use, one-family dwelling on the lot, an unused portion of these lots. And certainly, he did not do anything to make the subdivision. He purchased the lots as is, and they were recorded many, many years ago.
So one of the standards for a variance is that the hardship does not result from the prior actions of the applicant. Mr. Chairman, if I may just make a legal point here. The legislature this past year established that, and when you do UDR, that is not required to be proven requirement for subdivision. So that standard gets removed from the
Partially agree with that.
okay.
The standard gets removed regarding the size, to my understanding, regarding the size of the lot, not all the hardship. In other words, if the lot was required to be 6,000 or 8,000 square feet, the standard, by making it 5,000 square feet, that standard, you're not creating your own hardship with a substandard lot because that criteria has gone away. I guess I would like to hear, I don't know if the legislature, and you were there, contemplated any hardship that may have been created by the structure that remains.
Well, to that point, I think so we're asking for relief from lot area and lot width in this case.
Yeah, so if that's all you're asking for, then I agree with you, but I didn't know whether any relief is needed for the remaining structure.
There is no relief
Okay, all right.
needed for the remains.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. McHugh, in your opinion, will the granted of the requested variances alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purposes of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan of the city of Cranston?
No, it will not. Again, these lots are very consistent. The proposed lots are very consistent with the surrounding area, the general character of the area, with many 1, 2, and 3 family dwellings on similar sized lots. They will not impair the intent or purpose of the zoning ordinance or the comprehensive plan. That should have no effect on the surrounding, no negative effect on the surrounding properties.
And if the variance sought is not granted, will the hardship suffered by the owner and the applicant amount to a mere inconvenience, in your opinion?
In my opinion, it will, due to the fact that some of the items I previously mentioned, it fits in very well with the surrounding properties, the surrounding uses and surrounding lot sizes. They're all very similar in size, many of them smaller, and some of the uses We're only applying for a new one-family dwelling. Some of the uses on these smaller lots are 2- and 3-family dwellings. Also, there's a complex right across the street. It's in a different zone, but it is within the radius. There are like 172 apartments across the street. So the fact we're adding one more single-family residence should not have any negative impact on surrounding properties.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, so at this point, I'm just going to ask Mr. McHugh to go through the requirements for a subdivision as an expert to establish that they are also met, which is your normal processes under the subdivision ordinance and under state law. So, Mr. McHugh, for this subdivision, is it consistent with the requirements of the comprehensive plan or shall satisfactorily address the issues for which there may be inconsistencies?
It does comply with the comprehensive plan. In the B1 zone, it specifically says that 1- and 2-family dwellings can be built in this zone.
And there's some, it's with respect to density, it's a little higher than the comprehensive plan provides, but is it consistent with the comprehensive plan overall with respect to that point?
Yes, it is. It's very much in compliance with the surrounding properties, as I mentioned, and with the density issues that the planning board and the comprehensive plan wish to be in compliance.
So, Mr. McHugh, and does the subdivision conform to the standards and provisions of the zoning ordinance, subject to the relief that we're asking for here tonight?
Yes. Other than the dimensional variances for the lot width and the lot size, both the existing building and the proposed building are going to meet all other zoning requirements. Setbacks, height requirements, lot coverage, and parking. There are no other issues to address. They meet all the requirements.
Is it your opinion that there will be no significant environmental impacts from the proposed development shown on the final plan as approved?
No, there should not be. It's going to be a regular construction of a new one-family home on an existing street.
And is it the case that the subdivision as proposed will not result in the creation of individual lots with physical constraints to development, that building on those lots, according to pertinent regulations, would be impractical?
No, it will not. Again, it's on the existing street. There are vacant lots adjoining the existing building. It's not going to have any effect on that matter.
And is it your opinion that the proposed subdivision shall have adequate and permanent physical access to a public street?
Yes, it is on a public street. The new lot and the new building will have access to sewer, water, gas connections, and we'll have no issues at all with that.
Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions of Mr. McHugh.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, you want Mr. McHugh certified as for us to recognize as an expert in what matter? Zoning and planning. Okay. Has all my fellow colleagues taken a look at Mr. McHugh's resume? Does everyone feel comfortable with certifying him as an expert on zoning and planning? Okay, if people do feel that way, a motion would be in order. Moved by Director Commissioner Carrero, seconded by Vice Chairman Coop. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay. Questions? I'll start with just a couple of simple ones, and then I'll send it over to my colleagues. Just so I understand, a majority of the properties here within 400 feet are either 5,000 square feet or less, the lots, correct? That's a clear majority, right?
Yes, certainly more than 50%. Again, I did not even count in a lot of the small lots, so it would be about 20, 22 of those small lots. So I include that, the percentages is much higher.
And what's the percentage that I'm just trying to remember what.
Percentage of lots that are this size.
Yes, okay. And on the density issue is just that you said that this development obviously would be having a 2-family and a single on 10,000 square feet. You recognize that would be slightly above the density of the comprehensive plan, right?
We recognize that, but when you look at the comprehensive plan as its whole, take into consideration the as-built neighborhood.
Correct. Okay. All right. Just one of those two simple questions off the bat. All right. Is there any questions for Mr. McHugh from my colleagues? Commissioner Guerrero?
Do we have the site plan to bring up the house? I know they said there are no other variances being sought for this property, but when I look at the property for the new single-family house, when you look at the square footage of, or the footprint of the home, plus the driveway, are we really meeting the coverage? Do we actually know the numbers? No, for the new proposed home.
Coverage.
It does meet lot coverage? It's just a little confusing because
Are you concerned about, I'm looking at the plan, coverage with respect to building coverage?
building in the impervious lot cover, because I assume the driveway is part of that coverage, and that driveway takes up almost 30% of the property. And then you got the house on top of that.
I see that Director Ashman has her hand raised.
I know it makes sense that we would regulate impervious surface coverage, but we do not. We only have a limit for building lot coverage.
Other towns, like in Narragansett, they do. So that would count. There's building coverage and lot coverage. Here, it's just, and stop me if I'm incorrect, it's just building coverage. So the structure itself and any other structures have 30, 25 or 30%, whatever our number is here, that would be the building coverage. We don't regulate lot coverage with the exception of maybe in Edgewood near the water, where CRMC or DEM comes in.
Okay, so the driveway itself is not part of that calculation. Okay.
Makes a difference.
Any other questions for the applicant? Okay. Mr. Ray, could you make a presentation from the staff and then we'll take public comment?
I'd just like to reserve, Mr. Chairman, if that's possible.
Oh, certainly. Don't worry about it. You always get the last word.
All right, so I won't repeat too much, but as they said, there's the four 2,500 square foot lots, and that is being turned into two 5,000 square foot lots, one with the existing two-family house and one with the proposed single-family house. So an analysis of the 200 square foot radius revealed that the surrounding lots are equal to the proposed lots, which is 5,000 square feet. And this this means that Laurel Hill was originally platted with lots this size or even smaller. And in addition to this, 50 feet of frontage, which is part of the variance, is also very common for homes in this neighborhood. Oh, and as well, like they noted, single and two-family houses make up the majority of this neighborhood's housing stock. And as previously mentioned, the future land use map designates this property as single and two-family residential less than 10.89 units per acre. And this proposed subdivision, new home, would increase the density on B1 zone lots in the Laurel Hill neighborhood from 9.10 to 9.11 units per acre, which is obviously a negligible increase in density and well below the density established by the future land use map. These goals outlined in the comprehensive plan also support this development. Here are the zoning variances asked, lot area and lot width and frontage. So this was also brought up, but the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land structure. Staff noted that the location of two-family home off-center on the subject set of lots since before the implementation of zoning laws is consistent with plans to add a second house at a future time. In addition to this, the area of Laurel Hill is a walkable traditional neighborhood with a mix of housing types, and this proposal is keeping in line with the neighborhood density and character. Staff also noted that the variances in the subdivision establish conformance to the zoning, and denying this application would be more than a mere inconvenience because the proposal is consistent with the development pattern of the neighborhood. Positive recommendation.
All right, is there any questions for the staff before I hand it over to public comment? Okay, all right, at this point, we'll open the floor for public comment. Is there anyone here who wishes to make public comment on the 102 Old Oak Avenue application? Please come forward. Please. State your name and address, and then you have the floor.
Sure. My name is Ana Mendez. I'm on 580 Dyer Avenue. So my house is directly next to this home where changes are being proposed, which sounds like everything was already agreed upon. So I don't have the legal language or jargon that previous folks might be able to have, but I will say, considering that the parking space is not it's not something that is not what we have to legally abide by, or the zoning is all being considered. One of the things that I definitely wanted to express after listening to that is also, especially being right next to it, is the comfort and the ease and how it's going to impact me as someone who actually is going to live there. I've been in Cranston for a few years now. I've been a property owner for this home that again is directly next to it for about 8 years now, so any of the prior owners. And I know it definitely makes a difference when you own your home versus renting it. So for the individuals that own this home, I know it's more of a business deal, why it may just be more of an inconvenience for them. But for me, this is where I live. This is my home. Some of the changes that have already been made, including the parking lot. If you go back to one of the prior pictures where prior to the zone, I'm not sure, right here, the part that is not showing is the other side, and I can show you guys on my cell phone. Right next to that house, and it's still part of the property, there's another slot that they made or converted into I guess, an entrance to the parking lot. And my parking is right next to it. The only thing that divides us is a small fence. So as my car is coming out, if they have cars coming out and we're coming out at the same time, that is also not only an inconvenience for me, but also a safety hazard. In addition to that, once this additional house is created, I know it's going to be rented out. It's not going to be a property owner. Who are going to be the people that are going to be coming in and out? How many cars, how much trash, and all of that. So I understand that here you guys are only considering or taking into account the size of the lot and the business opportunity that it could be for the owner of this property, but I would just urge you maybe in the future also consider the other impacts that this would have for the residents there and the people that live there, because there are other issues that I can mention, like the increasing in rat problems and all of that. But I would just urge you to consider how something like that is going to impact the livelihood of somebody who lives there. And it's not just a business venture, but someone that considers this place their home. So that's all.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? People wish to be heard on this application? Okay, seeing none. Jim, Mr. IT, is there anyone on public comment online?
There is no online public comment.
Thank you. All right. Any further questions for the staff or for the applicant before we proceed to a final vote on this? Commissioner Lanfear.
Just a question for the applicant. The public comment that was just made referenced some potential difficulty getting in and out of the driveway. Is it a shared driveway? Can you explain to us a little bit more about how that works and whether or not there is any dual use of the same driveway area?
What's proposed is a driveway on the right side of the existing house. And so there'll be a driveway there for the existing house. And obviously there'll be a driveway on the other side for the new proposed house. The driveways are on opposite sides of the lot.
If I may, the driveway, believe she was talking about is on the right side of the existing two-family. That is a new paved area that he installed, hoping to utilize that for his existing building once it's approved. The only thing it does not have yet is a curb cut. He could not apply for that yet. If he gets approved for the new dwelling, he'll also apply for a curb cut to access the parking area on the right side of the existing two-family. I think that's what she was talking about, because every night, I believe they drive over the curb to park there. Once it's approved, they'll have two separate driveways. One, there's already a curb cut on the far left of the property. That'll be the existing curb cut and access for the new house. And the new parking and curb cut will be to the right of the existing two-family. So they'll have separate driveways as required.
Driveways will be as far away from each other.
So basically the follow-up with Commissioner Lampier is like, there's an existing drive, let's talk about the neighbor. The neighbor has an existing driveway. It's on the left-hand side of her property. Is that basically the way I understand it? And that you're gonna build a driveway on the right-hand side of the property, on the two-family side, I think, and that they're gonna be separated by a boundary, and that's what it's gonna be, right? Okay.
The two, as I understand her point, her driveway and
abutting each other, okay. That is allowed by zoning and by the plan, you have two driveways going to each other, separate accesses for each driveway, which you would normally do for separate dwellings.
Frank, I don't think that's correct, but can you?
No, first of all, they're not a combined driveway. If you look at the plan for the proposed, for the existing home and that driveway on the right side, that was put in and it looks to be approximately 4 feet difference between that driveway and her driveway. So there is a 4-foot grass strip and a fence.
Okay.
They're not abutting, they're not close to each other. There is a 4-foot difference. I do believe our zoning requirements are technically 10 feet between a property line and a driveway. So that can't physically fit here. So that may be a variance that would have to be requested because you do not have 10 feet between the property line and the first corner of the driveway.
Oh, I see.
I've never heard that requirement, Frank. On the 10 feet for the driveway in Cranston?
He's the public works director.
I know. We'll be talking afterward.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say this,
I mean, normally, I mean, frankly, I've been here a long time, that normally doesn't come up where they're now I guess, post-application, they're requesting a curb cut. It usually, it's not an issue. But it is here.
so what the Commissioner Carrera was saying is there actually is a need for a further variance that hasn't been requested here.
I would need to verify, I mean, I have seen many driveways that are this close or closer on many of the properties within the city of Cranston.
Yeah.
I thought I saw something regarding a 10-foot, but I could be mistaken on that 10-foot because there are so many driveways in the city that are much closer than that. 'Cause technically, you're leaving 20 feet between two driveways, which isn't feasible, especially in these neighborhoods.
Mr. Garrity, I'm hearing a little bit of comments from the Public Works Director that I have to take, obviously, with some weight here. I feel a little bit uncomfortable about approving
sorry, excuse
a
me.
development. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
I'm just, I feel a little uncomfortable voting for a proposal right now without knowing this issue exactly. Unless you know off the top of your head that he's wrong.
I don't know off the top of my head that he's wrong.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's, so the side yard requirement, I'm a little surprised to hear that two driveways cannot be abutting each other if you comply with the side yard requirement. But, I mean,
Is what I was gonna say is like, unless my colleagues feel fine just voting for this tonight, we could continue this to the next meeting And then we can get kind of like more information about whether or not this has worked out. I don't know what the date of completion this application was made, whether or not next meeting would be within 90 days.
Yeah, that would not be an issue if.
And like I said, because if let's assume that we want to grant these variances, we should be granting all the variances versus some sort of piecemeal approach, and then we have to think it all the way through. So, do we, Commissioner, Director Ashman, you want to say something?
I'm
'Cause you're making a
pretty sure
face.
there's no requirement for 10 feet in the city of Cranston. We can do some research on that right now.
Okay. Just hold on a minute. See, it's when the Public Works Director tells me something, I gotta stop the meeting and find out for sure.
Yeah, if we can, again, I haven't been here for 20 years either, but I thought I saw something and I could be mistaken.
Yep, I
'Cause again,
understand.
there are a significant number that have that less
Okay.
than 10 feet.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd ask that maybe we close the public hearing before you vote and research it for a minute, and then, I mean, I'm not gonna delay you tonight. You're gonna be here for a while.
Just one more minute, let's see something. Because then we'll just, we'll continue it to the next meeting if we have to. And
Or you could keep, you keep the public hearing open.
public hearing, yeah. We keep the public hearing open until the next meeting and then we can just deal with it.
Seems counterintuitive with side yard requirements to me, that you'd have to put another 10 feet if you have a driveway on the other property.
No, I understand. I mean. Commissioner?
Yeah, based on what she had just referred, it's really referring to a corner lot that has to have that minimum 10 foot.
So it's not this lot?
It's not this lot. yeah.
Okay, okay, so you just took a little bit of patience. All right, thank you. Okay, I think we're all set. Is there any other questions for the applicant at this point? Okay, I think, thank you. All right, Mr. Ray, could you present the recommendation of the staff?
All right. Staff gives a positive recommendation.
And this is basically, Mr. Solicitor, we have to do two votes, right? We have to do approve a motion to grant zoning relief and then a separate motion to approve a subdivision, correct? Okay. Just a very quick thing on my side. This goes above the density. However, I recognize a majority of the lots in the area are 5,000 square feet or less, a clear majority. And therefore, when it's that, it seems consistent with the character of the neighborhood. In response to comments from the public, I very much appreciate your comments and take it very seriously. Whenever I look at developments, I look at not just whether or not this is a business opportunity for the person building the property, but also look at the impact on the surrounding community and neighborhood. And I do that all the time. And I can't do, so you know, I've had this conversation in other proceedings. We can't prohibit absentee landlords. You know, that's just not something we can do. And go ahead.
Can I stop you? And I
Yeah.
apologize for this. So, Brianna, and what section were you looking at? All right. So, John, I'm looking at each parking space shall have vehicular access to street, driveways, aisles, in all multifamily developments shall so be arranged that vehicles will leave and enter on a forward motion. Curb openings shall conform to the following design standards. Residential construction, minimum width 10 feet, maximum width 20, multifamily 12, maximum width 35. So, Frank, what's the width? I read that as what's the width of that driveway on the left side? I just can't see it.
10.
Is it 10?
That's what it's measured on the plan.
Okay. All right, then I'm good with it. Okay.
So the solicitor just also did a double check on the width of the driveway.
But
I'm sorry.
Huh?
Yep.
But that's the two-family. It says multifamily commercial construction, minimum width 12 feet.
But this is not multifamily. It's a two-family. Multifamily is 3 and above, not an ordinance.
For reference, building code says it. Single.
So this Public Works Director satisfied at this point on the driveway? Okay, so we've been spending a long time on this thing, so I just say it's like, I just want to say amendment to the public. We do take these concerns seriously, and I recognize the problems you're pointing out, but there are limitations of what we can and can't do under the law. And I recognize that it is your home, first and foremost. It may be somebody else's investment property, but it's your home. And I always keep that in mind whenever I can, to the maximum extent I can under the law, just so you know. All right. Any other comments or questions before we have a motion and votes? Or if anybody, so if not, motion, Mr. Ray, could you put the recommendation back on the screen? So if people want to make a positive vote, it would be obviously follow staff recommendation, grant zoning relief would be one motion. The second motion would be follow staff recommendation and approve the subdivision. The alternative obviously is a possibility as well.
Mr. President, I make a motion to accept the positive recommendation for the single-family home, I believe is what the first one is.
On the zoning relief.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Coop. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Now the second motion would be in order for the subdivision.
For the single family dwelling, zoning relief is for both lots. It's smaller than both lot area.
Well, Mr. Carrero, could you correct your motion and we'll do it over again?
Yeah, I make a motion to accept the positive recommendation for the zoning variances for both lots.
Okay, okay. Second by Mr. Coop. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, now would be the motion for a subdivision.
Can I just chime in on just one thing that's happening, and it's entirely up to you guys, is there was a recent subdivision approval for a single-family lot and a single-family house. The lot was then sold. The new developer came in and requested a two-family go where a single-family was approved. So, and then they cited all substandard lots of record, all the new substandard lots, et cetera, et cetera. So it would be good policy to, when you're approving the subdivision for the single family lot, to restrict the use to a single family use, because in what has just happened to me here with a request from a developer was an approved subdivision the lot gets sold, the new owner comes in and says, you didn't restrict the subdivision to a single family. I want to put a two-family because it's a two-family zone. So it's up to you what you want to do, but that is what just happened. And this was only in a B1 and a B2 zone, not in any of the A zones. So just be aware of that. Because whatever we do, the developers want to do more. That's essentially what happens.
I have no objection to placing that limit, but just out of curiosity, wouldn't a two-family require additional zoning relief?
No, because they're saying since it's a substandard lot of record,
I see.
they want the modified
I will
setbacks.
amend my motion to accept the staff's recommendation to approve the subdivision for a two-family home and a single-family home as proposed.
Okay, is there a second to that? Seconded by Commissioner Exeter. Thank you for bringing it up. Mr. Solicitor, going forward, I think that should be expected out of the recommendations that we get so that we don't get played. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, okay, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, congratulations, Mr. Garrity, and best of luck. Okay.
Could have done a little quicker for you.
Yeah, so that 8 o'clock Natick Solar, I don't think it's happening. Okay, all right, next on the agenda is Lakeview Development. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard about Lakeview Development? Mr. Murray.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, Robert Murray, 21 Garden Street Drive in Cranston. I'm here tonight on behalf of the owner applicant of the subject property at 1611 Hope Road, Lakeview Development LLC. Can you just speak a little closer to the mic? Is that better? Yes. Okay. So is the mystery voice.
He's the IT guy.
With me this evening is David Cloxton. He's the principal of Lakeview Development LLC. He's an experienced builder in the city. He's a resident of Cranston. And he acquired this property several months ago from the estate of Gloria Warner. And he's coming forward this evening with a proposed subdivision of this 172,000 plus or minus square feet of land near the intersection of Hope Road and 7 Mile Road. What's before you this evening for consideration is 4 additional lots. It'll be a 5-lot subdivision with the existing home on one of the lots and 4 additional lots to be created. This property is in an A20 zone, which requires a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. And the lots as proposed before you this evening, 4 of them are, 3 of them are slightly larger than 20,000 square feet. The existing home will remain on a lot about 30,000. And then lot 5, which is the subject of the relief being sought this evening, is presently constituted at 82,350 square feet. Should we get the site plan up, Brianna, with your permission? Thank you. So that's the existing condition plan. Okay, so we have a site plan there. And as you're looking at the screen, at the bottom is 7 Mile Road. To the right is Hope Road, and you can see where they converge at the corner. The property does not, Mr. Clarkson's property does not go exactly to the corner. There's a small sliver there that's owned by the Kent County Water Authority. So you can see on the lot 4 on the screen, the existing home that is set back considerably from the road. The intention is for that house to be restored and remain. And then the other lots would be utilized for single family dwellings. Can we go one more? So as you can see there, the three lots at the bottom of the screen, two of them would front on 7 Mile Road and one would front on Hope Road. Then we have lot 5 at the top of the screen, which wraps around the existing home. The reason we're here tonight under the Unified Development Review is that in the 820 zone, all house lots or all lots for development should have a minimum of 125 square feet. And 4 of those lots do. The existing home will be left on a lot 4 with 125 feet of frontage, and the other 3 lots, 2 on the 7 Mile would have 125 feet of frontage, and then the lot at the corner on 7 Mile would actually have about 400 feet of frontage. This lot 5, which is the subject of the Unified Development Review, actually has frontage as proposed here on 7 Mile Road and Hope Road. So if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, you go to the far left, and you can see a sliver that leads to the back. And then the primary access would be at the Hope Road side. Just for the record, the access on 7 Mile Road is about 29 feet, linear feet, and the access at the top of Hope Road is about 54 feet. So on either side, we don't have 120 feet of frontage, and when you combine the two, we don't have 125 feet of frontage. So that's the dilemma or the status of where we are in terms of the physical configuration of this lot. As you can see it, it's an odd shape, and land surveyor in designing the lots has laid them out as she felt most appropriate. With your permission, I'd just like to have Mr. Clarkson sworn in by Mr. Ranzio, and just ask him a couple of questions.
David Clarkson.
Mr. Clarkson, just for the record, you are the principal of Lakeview Development LLC. Lakeview Development LLC.
I am.
And you are in the business of home construction principally.
Yes.
And all other properties around the city and the state of Rhode Island. And you're familiar with land development and land use requirements in terms of subdivisions.
I am.
And you acquired this property from the estate of Gloria Warner earlier in the summer. And just come closer. After you're acquiring the property, your first intention is to have the existing home, which is somewhat aged, that will be restored, correct?
That is correct.
And we're asking the board tonight if we wouldn't be before the board except for the fact that we don't have enough frontage on Hope Road. We don't have the 125 feet, correct?
For lot 5, correct.
But the other 3 lots as proposed there do conform to the subdivision regulations and would have been eligible for this. Lot 4, as it sits there this evening with the existing house, that house is set back considerably from the road, correct?
Yes.
And you needed to accommodate that house while also providing the 125 feet of frontage.
That is correct.
And in your experience as a builder and real estate developer, is the layout as depicted here by your land surveyor the most optimum in terms of trying to comply with zoning and the subdivision regulation?
It is. That would be the access from the road.
So up top, that rectangle piece that we're looking at there, that would be the access for lot 5. And these lots can be serviced by public water from Kent County Water Authority.
Yes, they can.
And we provided a letter from there, from Kent County, advising the city that water is available for this site, correct?
Yes.
And sewers are not at this location, so these lots will be serviced by private septic systems. And in addition to the new ones that will be installed, your intention is to repair the existing septic system for the existing one, correct?
Yes.
And since you acquired this property, have you given away any portions of the property?
I don't know.
And so that in order to, you have not given away any portion, so the 55 feet of frontage is what you have owned since you acquired it, as it's been laid out before the board this evening. And all these lots will have access to a public road.
Yes.
And under the city's comprehensive plan, the planning staff has reviewed this and found the layout and the proposed development to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and consistent with the zoning ordinance, except for the frontage issue on lot 5. Any other questions right now, Mr. Clarkson? I'd be happy to.
Okay, anyone have questions for Mr. Clarkson, the applicant at this time? Commissioner Carrera.
Again, what is going to be proposed for lot 5? I see there's nothing shown there for development. Is it going to stay as is, or is there a future development proposed for that?
Phase 2.
We have not done any detailed engineering yet for that lot 5, correct?
The only other thing is I reviewed the plans and I did not notice any curbing. And most of our subdivision does require curbing. And I have been here for a short period of time, but I've had several concerns raised by people who end up purchasing these properties and the erosion that takes place at the roadside. So I would only ask that curbing be installed along the frontage along these lots on both Hope Road and 7 Mile Road.
No, I never saw that.
And I should note that there are existing stone walls, a portion on the perimeter of this property, Mr. Clarkson, except for access to the individual lots. Your intention is to try and maintain the walls, correct?
Just to further on Commissioner Carrero's issue about curbing, is that, do you agree that you're going to do that?
If that's a condition you approve, yeah.
I guess that, I think he's saying he wants it as a condition. Okay. Okay, thank you. Lot 5 is about what, 80,000 square feet?
As it's laid out there, it's 82,300.
Okay. A couple of last questions was, I did not see the letter, I apologize, but the letter about Kent County Water Authority. Kent County Water, where's the pipe over there? Is it already in the street on 7 Mile Road? Like, already like that far up?
The houses are presently serviced by Kent County.
Okay, so,
Yes, the existing houses also.
okay, that's what I just want to understand, that it's already there. It's not just something like, well, we can get it, we'll see where it comes from. Okay. Okay. And this is called Lakeview Development. Can you see a lake from the house, any of the houses?
Where I used to live.
Yeah. The knowledge of the name has nothing to do with the surrounding area.
Oh, okay, 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 I just wanted to understand. It was, all right. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, I think we're all set. We'll hear from the staff and then we'll take public comment.
Thank you.
And you'll have a chance to respond. Go ahead, Ms. Valcourt.
As stated, the owner and applicant Lakeview Development LLC at, on Assessor's Plat 30, Lot 62 in the A20 zone, where the future land use is designated as single-family residential, 3.36321 unit per acre. In the western Cranston neighborhood, the proposal is to subdivide 1 record lot to create 4 new lots. The subdivision will require the granting of a dimensional variance for frontage and lot width for lot 5. I included some imagery from Google and also tried to help you understand where that is on the site plan. So this is looking south on Hope Road. And looking at the crossing of the two roads. Also taking a view towards lot 1 on the bottom. We see the existing conditions, the site plan, and the site development plan. We, as staff, have found that the surrounding area is primarily residential in nature. The proposed lots match the existing infrastructure, and Lot 5 has enough frontage to create a roadway if needed in the future for a driveway, enabling that vacant site for future development. While the lot width would remain non-conforming for Lot 5, the proposal would overall create lots that are more conforming to the zoning ordinance and more consistent with the surrounding A20 zoned lots. The proposal creates 5 lots, 4 which are new, with lot areas that are consistent with the A20 zone and the future land use designation. Staff finds that the following goals, policies, and actions support the approval of this application. Goal H1, policy H1, and action H7. The historic and cultural impact on this site is that there are historic stone walls located here. The driveways for lots 2 and 3 would require the stone walls to be moved. No regulations are in place for protecting stone walls. However, they are considered a valuable cultural resource that warrant preservation. The planning staff recommend that the adequate steps are taken to allow the relocation of removed walls for openings, provided that the removed stones are relocated to continue along the driveway or be used to replenish the remaining stone walls around the property. This project area is outside of any FEMA flood zone of hazards. There are no wetlands on the site. No impact to RIDEM's natural heritage. RIDEM and environmental resource map also shows that there are no regulatory overlays, and the proposal would be subject to all state and local regulations pertaining to environmental impacts, wetlands, and erosion control. I broke down the square footage and frontage that is within the proposal. You can see all the areas are conforming. It is just the frontage on lot 5 that we are here for today, which is proposed at 53.74 feet. The relief being sought is 71.26 feet on Hope Road. Planning staff notes that the land is a unique shape that permits enough land area for more than 5 lots, but lacks only the required frontage. Planning staff also notes the support of the comprehensive plan and that the requested relief is minimal as possible to allow 4 conforming lots and a 5th lot with enough area for future development. Staff finds the proposal generally consistent with the comprehensive plan, zoning ordinance, and standards for required findings of fact. Staff therefore recommend that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented in the staff memo and approve the preliminary plan submitted under Unified Development with the requested variances subject to the conditions denoted below. Alteration of historic stone walls shall be limited to the least amount of removal necessary to create safe and adequate driveway openings conforming with the city's regulations. Any stones removed shall be relocated along the driveways or used to replenish the remaining historic stone walls. A plan or narrative for the relocation of the stone wall shall be provided prior to the approval of final plan. Any alterations to this plan after final plan approval shall require review and approval by administrative staff in the planning department. The application shall provide photographic evidence to the building official that stone walls have been relocated in accordance with final plan approval prior to granting the CO, and all required state and local permits shall be submitted as a part of final plan.
Thank you. Any questions for staff before we have public comment? Okay. All right, at this point, we'll take public comment. Is there anyone here present that would like to speak on the Lakeview Development application? Please come forward. Please state your name and address. I don't swear in the public. I don't swear in the public. They don't. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ricky Galt. My name is Ricky Galt, and I live at 176 7 Mile Road. My main concern is the frontage for the 7 Mile facing would directly face my home, my driveway, as well as where the property goes to the back where the additional like phase 2 would be. My grandparents' house is right in front of that. So we concerned about like the frontage as well as the stone wall and like if our driveways are going to line up, if that's going to be a safety issue in the future. And as far as a phase 2, I know that the property does go a little far back. Is there going to have to be like a road that's put in? As well as like the property 1611 Hope Road does have the driveway goes all the way across into a 7 Mile access. So is that going to change with the plans as well? And we're just overly concerned about, noise, and it's not a wide street. So we're concerned about like safety and planning and building and things like that as we go forward.
All right, thank you.
I ask you to sign in on the sign-in sheet with your name and address. Thank you.
Is there anyone else here who would like to make public comment on this application? Please come forward. And also please sign in after either before or after you're done.
Hi, my name's Lauren Kennedy. I live at 176 7 Mile Road across from this. There is water over there. It is the second reservoir that goes from Hope Road to Late Night Road. It's in the back. I used to live up the street. It was in my backyard. So there is water. Like my daughter was just saying, my parents, where I grew up my whole life, this wraps around their whole property. They're in their mid-80s. They're not with us at all. And the traffic on 7 Mile Road and Hope Road is so bad that I don't know if people realize I'm Situate across the street, but the accidents on 7 Mile and Hope Road at that intersection is crazy. If anybody ever pulled up any accident reports, they will be amazed. Because there's so much building up going on up the street, Pippin Orchard Road, Late Night Road, the traffic is crazy. I guess that's it for now. It just, there's a lot. And I do worry about the water and the animals. I step out, I see deer, I see turkey, foxes. Now I'm gonna step out and see a bunch of houses. It's just, I'm not happy about it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to make public comment? Please come forward.
Good evening, William Ruggieri. I live at 168 7 Mile Road, directly across from lots 2 and 3. And my question is this an all or nothing deal? If there's not a variance to lot 5, are they still able to develop with lots 1 through 4?
Okay, I'll ask that question for you if,
as you look at the access to lot 5, if it was just coming in off of Hope Road and they were going to drive in off of Hope Road and something goes on back on lot 5, that's one thing. But if the access is going to be next to the Greens property on 7 Mile Road, which is the 27-foot variance, and that's going to become a major artery to go back to lot 5. And if lot 5 should get developed into more than one home, now you've got a subdivision within a subdivision. And as Lori said, things are growing out of control in Western Cranston. So, thank you.
thank you. Any other further public comment on this application? Please come forward. Please state your name and address.
Martha O'Surmally, 91 Jackson. Martha O'Surmally, 91 Jackson Flat Road in Hope.
Could you spell your last name for the gentleman?
S as in Sam, E-R-M-E-L-Y. So I am a member of Tabernacle Baptist Church, which is directly across from the proposed development. There is a driveway onto this property that the Warners would use to exit onto 7 Mile Road. And the Warners are very kind people, and they allowed us, their congregation, to use the property as overflow parking because it is a vacant lot. And we have used that lot for decades and decades. The church was built in 1875, and we have used, I don't know how long the Warners have owned the lot, but we have used it for parking well before. I've attended there for about 25 years, and we've used the lot well before I started attending. So I can attest to the fact that it is a very moist property. We would, when we pulled into the driveway, we could easily park on the left, which is the property abutting. I'm not sure what that house number is that was just mentioned, but it's a little elevated and we could park there with no trouble. But on the occasion that we would turn to the right, which would head towards the lots that would meet with the corner of Hope Road, sometimes those folks would get stuck in the soil because it was very wet. And we deal with, on the 7 Mile Road, an extraordinary amount of stormwater that comes down 7 Mile Road. In fact, our church is on the Situate side. Whether or not I don't know if you understand, but that road, one side is Cranston and the other side is Situate. And the road is constructed in such a way that we receive a tremendous amount of stormwater onto our property, which has caused so much damage to our parking property. And of course, that's not your issue for today. But a lot of the water also that comes under the street and down through is from the reservoirs. There are 2 reservoirs, Curran, and then there's another one. There's so much water that comes under the road that not only do we have stormwater issues that come across our property, but we have stormwater that comes under our property, which continues on down to the Patuxent River, which is just, a few tenths of a mile from this intersection. So it's hard to believe that that property is not wet because the land just descends down towards Fiskville, as I believe you're familiar with Fiskville. And so that it doesn't make sense to me that the extraordinary amount of water that we deal with every time it rains at our church does not also affect this property across the street, which is on the same side as the reservoirs. So I just thought I'd bring that to your attention. I would just love for Cranston to help us out by correcting the road and providing some stormwater drains, because there are no stormwater drains on the Situate side of this 7 Mile Road, which is I believe a Cranston road. There are no stormwater drains at all. There are on the other side of the road. That doesn't help out us at all. And I've had Mr. Correa out before, and he was nice enough to come out. We've been struggling with this for years. And so I appreciate that he came out and he looked, but he said, maybe in the years to come, we can provide some storm drains on your side. I think we deserve that effort to put in some storm drains on our side because we've had tremendous damage to our property. We're facing thousands and thousands of dollars to correct our parking lot because of all of this water that comes down 7 Mile Road. And again, it just keeps on going down towards the Patuxent. So it's a very wet area. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who would like to make public comment on this application? Seeing none, is there anyone online that would like to make public comment on this application?
There's no online public comment.
Thank you, sir. Would the applicant would like to address some of the concerns of the public before some questions are asked by the commission?
Sure. In no particular order, I'll try and address some of the comments that we heard. First, I understand, like in every development we work on, you know, change brings concerns and interest, and we appreciate that. Ironically, because of the 400-foot notice requirement for this particular application, my office actually sent more notices to the town of Situate and people living on the opposite side of 7 Mile Road than the people within the radius of the property, because the lots on Cranston were larger. So I appreciate the fact that people came in from Situate tonight to share their concerns. I can't speak to the parking challenge that the church has. I think that we have to assume that the development of this property for these houses probably will pose a challenge for them unless they make private arrangements with the new owners of those homes. But I sympathize, you know, with the church parking challenge. With respect to stormwater, those are all development issues that we will have to deal with and work with the Public Works Department, satisfy the building official. We have done perk tests out there, and we're confident that we can establish private septic systems on these lots with the existing water tables. I understand that it was a gentleman, I apologize I didn't get his name, but you know, it was just an all or nothing thing. You know, the reality is the 3 corner houses, the 3 new houses, 2 on 7 Mile on Hope, we could subdivide that without formal planning commission approval. We triggered an invitation to your meeting tonight because of the frontage on the lot 5. So there will be development on this property. I think everybody should leave here tonight understanding that. Mr. Cloxton, Cranston resident, he's on the building appeal board. He's a known quantity. He will, you know, he's hands-on, he will be on site, and we will communicate with neighbors. The Green family, understand Mr. and Mrs. Green are elderly, and the daughter's here tonight. I think it's their granddaughter, their son is here. You know, I understand that they've been surrounded by the Warner property. It hasn't been developed. You know, we will be sympathetic, particularly since I know Mr. Green, through the fire department, we will communicate and reach out to keep them informed. The one issue about the intention is for lot 5, the main access will be from Hope Road, that 7 Mile Road. It's only 23 or 24 feet wide. It came with the property. It's not part of some grand scheme for the future development of lot 5. As lot 5 were developed, whether it's 1 house or 2 houses, that access will be off Hope Road, not 7 Mile Road. If I might, I don't know if I touched out, I can go back if I missed something. I just want to comment, Rihanna outlined some recommendations there on the stone wall. Unless I missed it, I didn't see it in the published staff report. I don't know if those are late entries, which is fine. I don't think there's anything inconsistent there with what we would do. The only question, as I'm reading it for the first time, is I understand a final plan. You want a narrative explaining how we're handling the stone walls. We've already talked about the surveyor with that. That's not an issue. I just want to be clear here with Mr. Marcella's assistance is subdivisions approved. We apply for building permits. And prior to getting any certificates of occupancy, we may not start and build 4 houses all at once. So I just want to be clear that if we start on lot 1, for example, we only need to provide evidence of how we handled lot 1 for certificate of occupancy. We're not going to be held up. We're not going to develop these possibly all at the same time. So I just want to be clear on what the intention there is.
So
think
yeah, I guess,
understand.
Brianna, what is the staff's intention regarding, do the walls cover all the properties, or?
They do not. Part of the perimeter, a good portion.
No, maybe we can condition it for the lots that do interfere with the stone walls, that upon any moving or removal of stone walls, that there's evidence of where they were placed after the removal of those stones. However, lot 1 is not one of the lots that interferes with the wall, I believe. So, for example, lot 1 should not come after such evidence.
Can you just put the lots back up? So lot 1 is the one on
The bottom left.
the bottom left, okay.
And if, just go to this slide here, driveways for lot 2 and 3 would require stone walls to be removed.
That, yeah, if we could just
Condition it.
can specify it for 2 and 3.
That's fine. And I've confirmed with Mr. Clark, so we're not fighting this. I just want to be clear here, and we'll, obviously the walls bring character and value to the property, so we're not going to indiscriminately remove.
Upon the discussion with the plan commission, I also want you to confirm the condition about curbing and if we're requiring curbing in front of those stone walls.
So our subdivision requirements require the curbing and no waiver has been requested for curbing.
Okay. I just have a few questions for you, Mr. Murray. Maybe my colleagues do as well. So let's start with lot 5. You said the access to lot 5 will be coming from Hope Road, not 7 Mile Road, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you have is there a problem if I made that a condition?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Just I want to address one of the things that concerns of the neighbors. This is stormwater. I've been doing this for a few years and still this is like how this gets reviewed and developed has always been kind of like I still try to get my hands around it. When you do you're going to do a stormwater analysis, you're going to have to go to DEM and all that stuff. Is that how this is going to work?
Right. Bring up Mr.
Yeah,
Clarkson.
yeah. I just want to understand how you're going to deal with how you're going to deal with the stormwater issue, because it's clear there's a stormwater issue in that area of some type.
I don't believe we're required to make any submission to DEM.
Okay.
You know, there is water on the street.
Yes. Okay.
That does not necessarily mean there's water on the lot. I'm not saying there's no water on the lots, but we will, through the building permit process, be able to demonstrate to the city through the root slip process and everything else, how we're handling groundwater on the site.
Right, and Steve will have to show us that there's no net runoff.
I understand that issue. There's the whole issue is that you are not causing more runoff than there is now. I understand that. What I want to understand is how is that how do you who do you talk to and has to approve your plan to demonstrate there's no net runoff?
Yeah, we will. We obviously we're going to work with a professional engineer to determine the best way to handle whether it's. We don't anticipate like detention ponds or anything like that, but there could be rain gardens, things like that. Some some mechanism to retain the water. We're not, you can have no, you gotta have zero net runoff, and if you can improve the quality of the water, you want to do that also, so.
Who in the city, this is what that's what I'm trying to get to is, you're gonna get a plan together, you're gonna get your professionals look at it. Who, if DM's not looking at it, who in the city is looking at it to approve it?
The building department and the public works department comes into play through the root slip process.
Okay,
So as we apply for a building permit, we will make a submittal that addresses those issues. They'll be on the portal, and as they go through building official, fire, public works, they will.
they would review
They
it
will do the review.
to ensure that there's no net runoff, right? Okay. Traffic. Everybody, I understand that everyone thinks there's a lot of traffic on the roads. I understand that issue. I live on a cut-through street myself. What kind of a development of this size, this is more of a question for staff. A development of this size, we usually do not require a traffic impact study, correct?
Correct.
Because we're talking about basically 5 lots, right?
Right,
Four.
4 additional homes with the potential in the future, there could be one more.
Right.
And obviously, we're only having 2 driveways on 7 Mile Road and 2 on Hope Road, so.
2 drive, okay, yes. Thank you for that clarification too. Like I said, I really hope this, I really am not familiar with how the stormwater process is reviewed, how it is handled. I think that stormwater is like becoming a more and more important issue, especially as we try to develop on lands that are, as one person said, moist and a little wet. And I just want to make sure we have a process in place where somebody is reviewing this correctly. If we're not doing DEM, then we're doing somebody in the city then.
Well, I think, Mr. Correa got credit for going out there. You know, it is a situation with, first of all, Hope Road comes down to the intersection. 7 Mile Road, I think, follows down to the intersection towards Fishville. That's an issue well beyond the scope of this property.
I understand that.
Historically and factually so.
Yeah. Okay, is there any other questions for the applicant on this? Commissioner Lanfear?
I actually have a question for the solicitor. And I hope I can convey what I'm thinking here, but by approving the lot configurations that are proposed and the dimensional variance for lot 5, are we in any way creating a hardship or physical constraint that could be used to justify future dimensional relief down the road for that phase 2?
So the question is if they want to put in a public, they would, and I mean, they would need road frontage in order to develop lots in the back. So they'd have to put in a public road to do that. And so by approving this, they're limiting themselves to one lot in the back as is, unless they come in with a public road and then create road frontage in the back. But that wouldn't be a dimension. They'd have to make it conforming at that point. The lots, the road would have to be a public road, and the frontage would have to be conforming in the back. I mean, it could be done.
Except for there isn't enough square feet to carve the road, a public road out with a turnaround and still have 20,000 square foot for each of the lots.
I mean, in theory, you could put, I don't know, could you, Beth? As far as
I just don't think it lays out, but that's a really good question. So they could come in and ask for future relief, but I don't believe they can. There's room for a conforming additional subdivision of lot 5 with a public road. And we don't allow private roads in the A20.
not trying to put you on the spot, and I know none of
No,
us have a
that's-
crystal ball, but my question.
Yeah, no, I
was
mean,
just
when I look at this.
Subdivision on subdivision.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I see a subdivision on a subdivision also. And what they're asking for tonight is just relief, obviously for the frontage on lot 5. However, in reality, they wouldn't have to do that. Say they were going to do a subdivision later on. They could have just left one big lot 4 and then come in later. So I don't see how granting the relief now, I think granting the relief now would create a constraint for lot 5 unless they put in a public road.
And I'm just trying to be sure that we as a commission
Yep.
are not creating that constraint, and later on, it can be argued that there's that hardship because we approved this.
Well, no, we approved that. It was, the hardship would have been them creating the substandard, not us approving it. Well, I mean, obviously it could be argued the other way, but when someone comes in for a subdivision, I mean, that's the whole point of the new subdivision law with the smaller lots is the developers creating their own hardship by creating the smaller lots. So by requesting this, they're creating their own hardship. So the only way they could do more lots in the back would be put a public road in there somehow.
Any other questions for the applicant or the staff or my colleagues? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Valcourt, could you present the recommendation?
Okay, as stated, the staff recommends a positive recommendation, and recommend that the City Plan Commission adopt the findings of fact documented below and approve the preliminary plan submittal under Unified Development Review with the requested variances of the alteration of the stone wall being limited, any stones removed during construction be relocated, a plan or narrative of the relocation of the stone walls being provided prior to the approval of final plan, the photographic evidence sent to the building official that the stone walls have been relocated for specifically lots 2 and 3 prior to granting the certificate of occupancy. All required state and local permits shall be submitted as a part of final plan. And the last condition, that the entry to lot 5 be located off of Hope Road.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Valcourt. Mr. Solicitor, this is also a two-motion.
The zoning first.
Okay. Is there any other comments or discussion from my colleagues before we get into motion time? Okay, just make a quick comment for myself. I always listen to public comment, like I've said before. The frontage variance, myself, I don't see it as a significant issue. The fact is that this is land that's going to be developed. Ideally, we'd like to have Western Cranston stay more green, but he's a property owner with some rights, and I believe he has the right to build this property, and I don't feel the variance request is not as so significant that of a problem that I could justify voting against it. And I do see a need for more housing in general. The other thing I'll indicate is I do have a significant concern about the stormwater issue, and I hope that it is properly reviewed and addressed as this project moves forward. And we tried this evening to address at least one of your issues about the access from lot 5 being from Hope Road rather than 7 Mile Road. Okay. Any other comments from anyone before
Should we
make-
should call for comments from
Oh, I'm sorry.
the remote audience?
Oh, I thought we did public. We did. I'm sorry, what happened? Somebody wants to talk now?
Wait.
Oh, did we? Okay, I did ask. Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Okay, now would be the time for a motion. The first motion would have to be on the zoning. By the way, do we have to make a condition specific on the curbing, or is that already assumed because they haven't requested a waiver? Assumed. Okay, thank you.
I'd make the motion. So are we approving the planning recommendation or are we just approving the zoning relief at this time?
The first motion.
I make a motion that we approve the zoning relief for the frontage.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Commissioner Zadell. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, second motion would be in order on the subdivision preliminary plan approval with these conditions.
As modified by Brianna with the,
With the lot 2, lot 3 on the stone walls. And the hope access on the road. You ready?
Done. I make a motion that we accept the findings of fact in the staff memo to approve the preliminary plan submitted with the conditions as amended.
As amended. Okay. Everyone understand? Okay. All right. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Carrero. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Okay, we'll see how this goes. All right. All right. Thanks. Next one is Independence Way. We'll give you a little bit of time to clear out. Okay, so on Independence Way, as I said earlier, we're taking Independence Way before we do Natick Solar. And that's what we're doing. On Independence Way, we have a pre-application plan, public information only, no vote to be taken. Is the individual here who would like to present this pre-application plan here today?
I am.
Okay, please state your name and address, and I'll turn it over to you.
My name is Chris Elsey. Our office resides at 2021 Venesta Place in Manhattan, Kansas. And yeah, I guess to start off, I appreciate you putting us in front of the following or the preceding. Much appreciated. But I'm the owner and developer of the Prime Company, my identical twin brothers here, and we build workforce housing throughout the country. And so you may ask, why is a guy from Kansas here presenting a project in Rhode Island? And the reason that we are interested in developing a project here is that there's a couple of things. One, you have an affordable housing need, and we feel like we can help provide a solution to that challenge. Two, there are state tax credits now available for workforce housing projects. And so there's a need and there's funding to fulfill the need. And if we can go to the next slide. Yeah, what kind of differentiates us from other developers is we're completely vertically integrated. So we have an in-house design team. We do all the design work. We self-perform, act as our own contractor, and then we also have our own management company. So, and what this enables us to do is to build housing units for a good value. And so we've spoken with the Rhode Island housing folks, and they are excited about working with us because we can build stuff to a better value than what they're currently seeing in the marketplace. And their idea is they would like to fund projects where their dollars go further. So we can go to the next slide. And so this presents the problem that we are trying to help provide a solution for. And so you may or may not be aware that the city of Cranston, and per the state, you have a 10% affordability requirement. And so the general objective there is that residents are only supposed to spend 30% of their income that goes towards housing. And so we are proposing 100% project where every single unit is at 60% of the average median income. So what that means is that somebody can rent these apartments. They make around $60,000. They can go, we can income average it so they can go up to about 80. But I think that may be a common misconception about workforce housing project is, and we'll see some other images of this, is somehow that they're a substandard project. I like to tell people, and you can look at the images that we build, the only thing affordable about affordable housing is to the end user. So these are very nice complexes. They're built to the highest standard, but you can basically think of it as it's a market rate project that's offered to your workforce in this community at a better value. And how that works is with they're funded with state and federal tax credits. And so we can go to the next slide. And so our particular site that we're looking at here is right along I-295. It's across from the Walmart there. There's an existing multifamily complex to the east, and it basically abuts the interstate. And so we feel like this is a great location. It's tucked away from other single family homeowners. It has good access to obviously services and the interstate. And it has all the utilities are there. There are some wetlands, but we're staying away from those. And so we feel like it's got, it kind of checks all the boxes from a site sustainability standpoint because it has all the utilities. It's an infill site. And we actually just got in here and went and looked at it, and seems to be that there's maybe some vagrancy issues there right now. It seems like kind of a dumping site maybe. And yeah, we could certainly clean it up and it would look very similar. Actually, it would look a lot nicer. I went to the other complex to the east there, and I think, we would certainly build something just as nice or nicer than that current complex. So if we go to the next slide. So this is really, this is a very key slide here. And one of the things we're up against is that this opportunity is here for 2025. It does not exist after 2025. And so in order for these projects to get funded, you have to be in what's called a qualified census tract or a difficult to develop area. And so you can see here in 2025, or kind of a little red dot there, it's in the purple. And so what that means is that we need to get this project submitted to the state of Rhode Island in 2025 to basically utilize the QCT DDA. And so what that gives us is it gives us a 30% boost on our funding with our tax credits. And so you can see in 2026, it basically fell out of the difficult to develop area. And so that's what that means is if we submit it after the first of the year, the opportunity is no longer here. And so through your housing element, I think you guys, your 2030 plan, like you're trying to shoot for, I think around 200 dwelling units. If we go to the next slide, this is our proposal here. And so there's an access highway, the Walmart is basically up, north is to your left there. And we have 2 4-story buildings that we're proposing, 192 units. We're parking at 1.5 stalls per dwelling unit. And we are proposing about 7,500 square feet of amenity space. And as you can see, again, it's kind of pushed up against the highway. There's all of this basically green space kind of along it. It's actually, there's an access road that comes into it. So potentially, I guess from the Walmart, you may not even be, besides the access road, it'd be maybe challenging to even see that it's there. You would be able to see it from the 295, but from the rest of the area. And so, yeah, that's just a site plan that we put together. We would have about 25% 1 bedrooms, 50% 2 bedrooms, 25% 3 bedrooms. If you go to the next slide. And then this is, we're currently building a 250 unit workforce housing or affordable housing project funded with tax credits in Lawrence, Kansas. This is just to give you an idea of some of the finishes. So we have like a 2-story clubhouse, co-working area. We've got some pickleball courts here. And so again, this is a very nice complex. This is just to give you an idea on what these workforce housing projects look like. Because they are funded with both state and federal tax credits, they are well capitalized. And so there are lots of funds to basically make this work. But again, the opportunity is only here in 2025. It goes away in 2026. So that's why we're here before you currently. Okay, and then this is another project we're currently under construction on. This is a affordable workforce housing project in Oceanside, California. Again, you can see the finishes, the pool. We proposed a pool here on the Cranston project. Be similar to this, it'd be a pool inside the courtyard. Next project. This is another one that we completed in South Central LA. Again, just trying to show you the finishes and the quality of the project. And you can keep going. Yeah, this is a student housing deal we just did in San Diego. Next project. One in Los Angeles. We'd have a workout room kind of similar to this. That would be in that amenity space that we'd be proposing in that 7,500 square feet. Next project. This is a market rate deal that we did in Inglewood, Colorado. This is 5 stories, but to give you kind of similar scale on the building. So it'd be 1 story less than this. Next slide. Yeah, this is one we did in Columbus, Ohio and Minneapolis, Minnesota. Go to the next one. And these are some other developments that we currently have. And so, yeah, we're just excited to hopefully present this to you guys and share this opportunity. And yeah, at the end of the day, we need your help. We need a fast rezone proposal so we can try to get this application into the state before the year. And we feel like we'll have a high likelihood of getting funded. They announced the awards in April. And then we'd like to get on with it and get some workforce housing built for the community. So appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Elsey. My colleagues may have some questions. I'll just start on a couple of things. And actually, I really appreciate the information you presented. It was informative. I always like learning new things. So first of all, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming all the way from Kansas. People in Kansas, I know a lot of people in Kansas, very godly people, very good people. And what I appreciate first of all is the location. Real estate always comes down to location. And some locations don't work, in my opinion, for multifamily apartments in our city, and some locations do. That location can work for multifamily apartments because it is not abutting in the middle of single-family neighborhoods. It's close to a Walmart and it's close to another Independence place. So it makes sense for me from a location standpoint. That to me is always the first and foremost, the most important thing to me when I look at housing. Does it fit with the surrounding community? Second, I look at what's it's going to be the impact on the city or the community as a whole, not just the neighborhood next to it. So I look at traffic, I look at schools, I look at fiscal. Traffic, my only concern is that it seems like one way in, one way out onto Plainfield Pike. You'd have to obviously address that. It already is, I don't know how difficult a traffic issue is over there right now with Walmart. I call it, for lack of a better term, the Walmart Plaza, you know, and the apartment, whether or not yours would work with it. But that's something I'd point out. Schools, I'm happy that you're on the east of 295 because that's the boundary line on the elementary schools. The elementary schools to the west, Orchard Farms and Oak Lawn is at capacity. I don't believe the elementary school, Stonehill is at capacity, and I don't believe Western Cranston West is really at capacity, and Western Hills, they always talk about it, but it's not really at capacity either. So I don't see a real capacity issue. Fiscally, I always think that housing is sort of a net fiscal negative, especially in our state, with the fact that if you're low-income housing or affordable housing, whatever you call it, we can't tax you like we would other commercial properties that have residential in it. I mean, multifamily, you know, but that's part of the need that we're addressing. I understand this, what you're saying. So I kind of I see how this, what makes it attractive to me. And I'm always hesitant about a big project like this, to be honest with you. I'm not somebody who like looks to do this kind of stuff. 192 units all at once in one place.
Yeah.
Okay. We have this state requirements. And one of them is this like 205 low income, moderate income units by 2030. We already have about 70 or so that we have approved in various plans. And you're talking 192. So this would certainly show to all the people that we are making material progress towards our goals in one fell swoop. So I give you credit for coming forward with that. I was intrigued by the point you made that this credit for you in this area only lasts through 2025 and then disappears in 2026.
Yeah.
Could you explain how that occurs?
Yeah, so to fund these projects, you need state and federal tax credits. And so if it has to be in what's called the difficult to develop area or qualified census tract, because you get a 30% boost on your tax credits to basically fund the project. And so if you don't have that 30% boost, you basically can't do the project because you don't have the funding sources available to do it. And so for an application, and that's actually one of the, from the state, they have it's called a QAP, a qualified allocation plan. And that's one of the requirements, is that it be in a point score. To get points, it has to be in a qualified census tract or a difficult to develop area. And so why it changes and moves around, it has to do with like census tract data.
It has nothing to do with who the president is.
No.
Okay, I was just curious. So it's just interesting to me how it just changed like that. Yeah. And so now that you're basically telling me is that basically everything to the west is no longer in that zone.
Yeah, if you go back to that map, yeah, and it could potentially pop back in.
Yeah, you never know.
But yeah, the opportunity is here this year.
Yeah,
and it may not ever come back. We don't know. So it's all census tract data, population.
Right. Well, yes, I was going to say we have. So to get to your the point of like what you're trying to do, can this be done by December 31st, right? There are basically two pathways you could try to do. And one of them, of course, is your zone change. Putting a zone change in, the city has done zone changes for 15% affordable, pretty non-controversially too, you know, for different parts of our city. 100%, you know, a zone change, I don't know how the response will be, to be, you know, be perfectly honest with you. I don't call the elected officials up and like poll them. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But that is when you're doing a zone change of 100%, it could go, it may not. If you sell it basically on, it's one spot, it works already for apartments, and it shows that you would meet the two, you know, our housing needs under 2030, it could be a good selling point. So I would say that. Mm-hmm. In regards to the other avenue would be, of course, the comprehensive housing permit for low and moderate income housing. There's been changes in the law, of course, and some of them will be taking effect January 1st. You could try to file it beforehand, but I don't know if you you would meet all the requirements to do so in this time frame, and it would be coming before us, okay?
Yeah, certainly.
You know, so, my point in telling you this is I don't inherently see like, when I see a problem, I tell people I see a problem,
I appreciate the transparency. Yeah.
you know, because I don't want to waste your time. And I don't like when people waste my time. I've been involved in government and so much time wasting with blah, 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 you know. I do not see a fundamental problem. A zone change of 100% in 60 days may be challenging for elected officials.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so I'm just being straightforward with you, but from a strictly, unless my colleagues tell me like I'm missing something and they may have something, they view it differently. That location works. It already has 196 units next to it. And you are telling me I'd probably satisfy the state requirement in one fell swoop, essentially, for 2030. It's a possibility in my mind. Being straight with you. Okay.
That's encouraging. I
Mr.
appreciate the
Coop,
comment.
Vice Chairman Coop?
Just want to make sure I got the figures right. It's 190 units, 192?
192 units.
192 units. Half of them 2 beds, a quarter 1 bed, and a quarter 3 beds.
Yeah. Mhm.
And they would be affordable for renters at 60% of the area median income.
Correct, yeah. So in order to qualify for the tax credits, you have to have an average of 60% AMI. So you can do what's called income averaging, which means you can have some units higher, but then you have to have some lower. But total, it has to be on average 60%.
And do you maintain ownership and do you manage
We
these
do.
buildings yourself?
Yes, yeah. We would more than likely, to start off, we would have to partner with a local operator. That's part of the QAP. And so we would partner with like a local operator, but we would be heavily involved with the operation.
And I assume a condition of the funding is a 30-year commitment to maintain
Correct.
affordability.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Lampier?
Thank you for coming and enlightening us and bringing that proposal forward. For your application to Rhode Island Housing, what approvals do you have to have in place?
Well, what they've told us is, so a part of the scoring, so who gets the points, is basically what they call site readiness. And so if we have like a fully permitted project, you get 4 points. If you have a like 50% set that's through building and permitting, you get like 6 points. And then if you have like 100% set that's basically ready for like to get rolling with building, you get 8 points. And so we could theoretically make a proposal with no approvals whatsoever, but then we're docked with points. But some of it is subjective, from their standpoint. So I think this QAP thing actually maybe work to our advantage, because we can say to the state like, hey, this opportunity is here. We don't know if it will be available in the future, maybe won't ever be available in the future. And so they could maybe allocate funding to this. But again, it would be very helpful for at least scoring 4 points if we could have the rezone change. The application deadline, I believe, is right before the Christmas holiday. And so your planner, Beth, she's been phenomenal. We've done stuff all over the country, and yeah, you guys got a rock star with Beth here working for you. So she's been great. So
You did scare me with that deadline, though.
No, I will, look, I mean, I didn't know, like I said, like, the director talked to me about this, obviously before she posted it, we talked about it. I was like, okay, a deadline of like pre-Christmas is a very aggressive deadline.
Yeah.
For a zone change of this magnitude, of this nature.
Yeah.
So let me just ask I call a follow-up question. Let's say for a moment, this can't get done by January 1st, 2026. Is this, because of the tax credit, is it this kind of thing you would just walk away from completely because it can't be 100%? Or would you say, hey, I can do 50%? Because do you
Yeah.
see what I'm trying to suggest? Like, if I can't get the tax credit completely, but I can still do something then.
Yeah, I mean, the game we're in, on this project, the opportunity is with the tax credits. That's kind of our MO. I'm not saying that, future stuff, maybe there'd be some other.
No, like, I just want to understand,
But
like,
from our standpoint, yeah,
Yeah.
it's a kind of a
Like-
all or nothing type deal.
yeah.
I do think that, again, the state has been very supportive and willing to work with us. And so, again, like, these aren't, they do have some rigid guidelines, et cetera, but I mean, I think everybody recognizes the need for workforce housing. And that would be my hope that, if we have community support and basically that, hey, it's unfortunate, with the timeline we're under, but, I think, certainly by the April award date, that we can hopefully have things buttoned up and they can understand. From the state's perspective, they just don't want to allocate funding towards something that potentially doesn't happen.
No, yeah.
And so if we can be in good faith and, be moving towards actually getting something built, then I think they would be willing to work with us. At least that's my hope. But I mean, me coming here tonight, that's something basically that we wanted to feel out. It's like, hey, I appreciate you being transparent. Time's our most valuable asset. If this is something the community wants or feels like they can get support behind and is an asset to the community, then we'll hit the go button and put 110% into it. But if it's not something that the community wants, then
Yeah.
we'll basically pack our bags up and head back to Kansas and look for a different opportunity. So
Yeah, I
that's
mean-
the goal of this. I appreciate Beth working with us and presenting this opportunity where we can come talk to you.
No, and like I said, I think people know me well enough who know me that I'm pretty straightforward about these things. And I don't have a right off the bat problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's encouraging.
You see? So, I mean, could there be a problem? Maybe.
Yeah, potentially.
But, because of the traffic or something, but you tell me, I want to put 192 units next to another thing that has 196 units. Doesn't sound like a problem for me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I see a need to try to make some progress on this affordable housing stuff. So you're not getting an objection from me, I'll put it that way. Whether or not elected officials can move fast enough to be comfortable with this in the zone change, if you gave me we had until like February, I could see it being maybe more possible. But like, this is how it works. So just to be straight, you got to get a council person or the mayor. You could put in a petition for a zone change. You have to do it this month. The meeting is at the end of it has to be in soon, so it can be at the end of the month, heard by the council, to send to ordinance. We have to review it in December. And that's like kind of like real fast for us. That's like warp speed, Mr. Sulu. You see what I'm saying? All right. And then the council has to like review it and approve it by the end of December. So you see the time frame you're talking.
Yeah, we got it.
We got it. So is it possible? Yes, but there's a lot of things you got to move fast.
Yep.
Sorry, go
I
ahead.
do want to
Director.
just mention, I did speak to Councilman Ritz and he also thought it was an acceptable location, so that we've opened that channel of communication. But being an out-of-state developer, the Prime Group really wanted to talk and get input from this group before I even tried to go into a process. When I tried to describe the process where you have to talk to a council member, get them to introduce it to city council, he really wanted to take the temperature of the room before going down that path.
Director Zadelis?
This is exactly what I'm accustomed to seeing from my former life. So
His former life
endorsing
is in
this,
Worcester.
endorsing something like this is something I'd be wholeheartedly behind.
So I think it's an opening. I just don't know if the clock, you have enough time on the clock.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I'm encouraged with it. We will certainly put forth our best good faith effort and we'll work with Beth and yeah, we'll try to make it happen. So.
And when you do
I
your zoning
appreciate it.
ordinance, look at some other zoning ordinances we done.
Yeah.
And just be clear about what's you're doing. Do
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
So we've looked at it, the underlying zoning for this lot, the lot has, it's a split zone lot. The C2 allows the mixed use, the C4 would only allow it on upper floors. So we're proposing to, we discussed sort of how would you structure a zoning ordinance that would structure it to rezone the whole lot to C2 with a density bonus and probably use the Aceto property that was just done on Cranston Street as an example where you, C2 with conditions.
C2, yeah, it would be C2 conditions, 100% affordable under state law. And what's your parking, 1.5 per unit?
1.5, yeah.
Yeah, and then we've done 1.5 in the city before. Okay, is there anything else from anyone else about this? Mr. Correa?
I'd just like to say a couple of things. First of all, welcome to Rhode Island.
Thank you.
What is it that you really need from this community in order to make this happen or get at least this so-called application to the Rhode Island housing? I mean, can you spell out, you need us, you need zone change and?
Yeah, I mean, again, to score those points, having the zone change and then, certainly any letters or support from elected officials to the Rhode Island housing folks that are making a decision, that's a part of they basically, they get applications from all over the state and then they're trying to decide, hey, who wants it? Who scores the highest? There's amenity points, if you're close enough to services, et cetera. And it's a competitive game, but yeah, certainly the more support that we can show from the community, I think the better shot we have at it.
If I just may dovetail off of the commissioner's question. So you proceed in putting in your application. Subsequent to January, you get a zoning change or whatever, or even a project. If you get it in before they do the scoring, does that count? You were talking about the 2 points, the 4 points.
I do not know that for sure. I do not know if they will, like if we basically submit it, maybe we can explain the situation we're in and then maybe, they'll do the scoring sometime in, after the first of the year in February or early April or whenever. I honestly do not know that. So.
And have you had any conversations with any of the council people? I know other than Beth touching with one. I can't see a council not looking forward to trying to do either a special session to get these zone changes in place in order to have something like this happen within the community. And I'm just trying to say, have you got the temperature of the rest of the council? Because I've got to believe they would be in favor of this just as we appear to be as well.
I have not reached out to council. I will certainly do that. And if that's per your recommendation, I'm more than willing to do that. But yeah,
If
this
not
was
that,
kind of Beth's recommendation. This was the place to start. And so I appreciate that.
I mean, that plus the mayor, a personal meeting with the mayor and being able to get the council president there at the same meeting. What you just presented here, I like the term you use, workforce housing, because as they call it, everybody keeps calling it affordable. I've built houses and I build houses. There is nothing affordable that you can get if you're not subsidized with the amount of money
Yeah.
you need to build something. It's just impossible.
Yeah.
So given that, having that understanding, I really think that something like this could be fast-tracked if we just know exactly what it is you need and when you need it by.
Certainly. Okay. Well, we'll try to communicate clearly and we can talk to the folks at the Rhode Island Housing and work together. So
One thing from the
Just have
solicitor.
Yeah, just one question. In order for you to qualify for the federal tax credits with the zone as it is, does your application have?
the application has to be submitted in 2025. That's the
Just
key thing.
Submitted to.
To the
us
To,
or
no,
to
to the
Island?
Rhode Island Housing Authority, yeah. Or not, it's not the Housing Authority, to the Rhode Island Housing. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what kind of locks in this QCT DDA, yeah.
Okay, anything further from any of my colleagues on this? Okay, sounds like there's a possibility here, sir.
Okay, I really appreciate everyone's time. I appreciate your service to the community. So these are, you guys have got a long night, so.
Yeah, we have
God
Natick
bless
Solar
you.
is about to begin. Thank you. All right, it's 9:15. We can go right into Natick Solar, or if you guys want a 5-minute break, we can do that too. It's up to you guys. You want a 5-minute break? All right, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
ordered by Judge Manalbano for this commission to approve the master plan. That was subject to a petition for a writ of certiorari in the Supreme Court, and the court at the time chose not to take the matter up. So we're here tonight with a master plan approval. We're vested. The issues that have come up before in terms of not complying with the zoning ordinance or not complying with the comprehensive plan, those issues in my mind have been settled. And so tonight we're asking for the next level of approval for the preliminary plan stage. I have with me a number of witnesses who are going to testify, some of whom you're very familiar with and have heard before. We have a couple of new people. And our intention is to go over the modifications that we're offering tonight to the commission, to the plan that was previously approved at the master plan. We are perfectly fine proceeding forward with the master plan as approved. We have some enhancements that we're going to propose in this submission, and we're going to ask for your favorable consideration of them, and we think there's good reasoning for it. But if the commission feels that our modifications, some of which were done in good faith by the applicant and the developer as an accommodation to neighborhood comments, if you choose that those are not acceptable or should be approved by you, we will stand on the master plan as it was, as it's constituted. The record that we submitted that's before you has many of the, well, all of the required documents that the planning staff, we worked with Beth and Jonas and the staff on this submission. So you have before you a complete plan set. You have before you a stormwater report, landscape plan. We've provided maintenance guidelines for the vegetative buffer area. New to this project status is we have engaged a consultant, and she will testify shortly about pollination and a maintenance plan for that. We think that's an important enhancement to our project. And so we'll talk about that. This matter was reviewed by the Development Plan Review Committee. We have an approval from them, and that's part of the record, but we were there in July, and they granted approval of the preliminary plan that we submitted. They actually granted a few waivers under the zoning ordinance for requiring an impact assessment, a traffic study, and relief on landscape standards. We didn't think it was necessary, but in abundance of caution, we asked for it. So that decision was recorded on July 2nd in the land evidence records. So we believe we're in order this evening after hearing and testimony for you to favorably consider this preliminary plan. Let me just introduce who we have. And, we're going to try and we'd like to at least, and we're sympathetic to the chairman's direction here. We want to try and get at a minimum, try and get as much of our testimony in this evening, and then the commission can decide where we go from there. This evening, you're going to hear from Eric Prevey from Dupree Engineering. He's a professional engineer. I have his resume. I've worked with Eric as long as he's been at Dupree, probably 25 years. He's appeared before this commission on numerous occasions. John Carter continues to be our landscape architect. And John is well known to this commission, and we'll talk about landscaping and how some of the things we're doing. New this evening is Claire Hoogeboom, Hoogeboom. She's a wetland scientist with LEC Consultants. They're they're in Rhode Island, but they're out of state also. And she's working with the team now, and she's worked on other solar projects. So we think she'll add significant to the presentation. Lastly, Ryan Palumbo, the Vice President of Revity Energy and Representative Natick Solar, will also share his thoughts and comments on the status of this project and the modifications we're suggesting. And Ryan is representing his family business this evening and is doing a great job and did a great job at the Development Plan Review Committee. I think that's all I want to say at this point. Unless the commission has specific questions later, I am not going to go through the chronology of where we've been and how we got here. I think everybody understands that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to invite Eric Privy up from Dupree Engineering. And with your permission, I'd just like to pass out copies of the read. I got for him.
Just always speaking to the microphone.
I want to make sure. Mr. Doherty has worked with Mr. Privy before, and he has high regard for him, and I know he'll offer that thought when he gets a chance. Eric, just some preliminary introductory questions, and then we can take it from there. As I stated, you're a professional engineer with Dupree Engineering, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And how long have you been with Dupree?
25 years.
I don't think we're swearing in. Are we swearing in or no? We're not. So that's fine. Sure.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Eric Privy, P-R-I-V as in Victor E.
Privy, your firm has been working on this project, Natick Solar, since its initial inception, starting back in 2018, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the preliminary plan application that we've submitted this evening for consideration to the Planning Commission?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the property on Natick Avenue owned by Mr. Rossi?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the character and the portion of Mr. Rossi's property we intend to use for the solar array?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the history of this project and the approvals that we've received today from the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management?
Yes, I am.
And you're here tonight to outline in a general way the project and to talk about some of the modifications that we're offering up to the commission and the community.
Yes, that's correct.
With that, I'm going to let you proceed forward. I may have a couple other questions.
Good evening. Just to reiterate, my name is Eric Privy, registered professional engineer with Dupree Engineering, offices at 2 Stafford Court in Cranston, Rhode Island. What I'd like to do is briefly go through the existing conditions. I'll go through it briefly. I know there's a lot of important things tonight, but I just want to make sure everybody knows where we're talking about, first of all. Sure. We're at Assessor's Plat 22-3, lots 108 and 119. It's a 64.03 acre parcel. The boundary was done by, it's a class 1 boundary that was done, and the survey is to the highest accuracy for the state of Rhode Island. The area is zoned A80. That's residential, approximately 80,000 square foot density. For frontage, there's two frontage areas located along Natick Ave on the eastern side of the site. There's a 50-foot swath that's located kind of centrally to the property. And then there's another 223 feet that's located in the southeast corner as well. There's actually a secondary frontage that is located off of Ridgewood Road at the terminus of Ridgewood in the northwest portion that actually has some frontage up in that area as well. As far as cover types, so existing, what's out there today, the existing cover types are a mixture of open fields and mostly wooded in the eastern portions where the proposed development is located as well. Topography on the site, so the elevations, they go generally from the north central area, so slash northwestern up in the Ridgewood area, and they go down to the southeast portion towards Natick Ave in the southeast portion of the property. As you would imagine, the stormwater flows today go that direction as well with the topography. Wetland areas, there is a wetland that's located in the southeast portion of the property that was delineated by Natural Resource Services. That is a wooded swamp that is located in the southeast portion. And there is a 50-foot perimeter wetland that's associated with that. So that's a buffer, additional buffer area that is typically set back from wetland areas. Gas easement, there's a gas easement that runs along the southern, runs east to west along the southern portion. Thank you for helping point on that there. That is a 50-foot wide gas easement, and that is by Tennessee Gas Pipeline as well. The soils on the site, we dug soil test pits on site. They were done by a Class 4 licensed soil evaluator from Department of Environmental Management, and they are suitable for development, silt loams and fine sandy loams and such. That's the overall of the existing of the site. What I'd like to do is go to the proposed now, please, and I'll give a quick overview on that as well. Proposed is a 6.25 megawatt AC ground mounted solar array. To give you a perspective of what they look like, they're approximately 3 feet off the front portion. So the front lip as they're angled, so 3 feet from the ground, and they go, they're tilted at different angles, southern facing, and they go anywhere from about 8 feet to 9 feet at the high side. So it depends on the angle, but so, sorry, 8 to 12 feet, excuse me, depending on the angle. Row spacing is approximately 8 to 12 feet. Again, that has depending on the contours and the topography and where those are going to make sure they get the proper shading or lack of shading on the panels as well. We're proposing a 6 foot high chain link fence around each of the arrays. And that chain link fence will have, from discussions, and I'll get to that at the end as well, but that chain link fence will also have black vinyl located on the areas that are abutting, are adjacent to our neighbors. So on the eastern side, on the north side and the eastern side, that would have the black vinyl coating on it, and that'll help kind of dampen a little bit of the visual effects. And also on the southern portion as well, to the neighbors to the south. We do have internal fencing to keep each array together, but so the internal fencing would not need that vinyl because it's internal to ourselves. And also on the western side, again, to the remainder of our property would not have the vinyl. So anywhere that is facing for abutters to help dampen that visual effect to them as well. That fenced area is approximately 21.5 acres. The total limited disturbance over here is 28.8 acres. One of the enhancements, modifications that we made is taking the access road. So it's a 20-foot wide crushed stone access path. And we've moved that to the middle of the property. In the master plan submission, perfect, actually, thank you. That's an excellent graphic. So the approved master plan, you can see how the path used to go as soon as you came in from the site, you would go due north and run along the northern side of the solar array, and then there was a north-south access down the middle. The proposed plan to the right, you can see how we've shifted that and put that right down the middle between the arrays, and that gives us a better access to each side there, and it shifts that away from some of the residential properties to the north as well. So again, that access path is a 20-foot crushed stone path, and that would be down the middle as well. That path would be accessing directly from the existing access that's from Natick Ave. So today there is a 28-foot wide access to Natick Ave that comes through, and there's a gate there today that comes into this piece of the property. Dupree Engineering, we have completed a comprehensive drainage analysis, and those have been submitted to the city for review as well as part of the preliminary plan package, along with soil erosion and sediment control plans and the operations and maintenance plans for how the long-term operations and maintenance of the stormwater features. That has been designed to Department of Environmental Management's best management practices and the Rhode Island Stormwater Design and Installation Standards Manual. Those are the two kind of, I call them Bibles for stormwater design in the state of Rhode Island. The drainage design includes 7 stormwater mitigation measures, which include stone trenches and stone infiltration basins to mitigate the stormwater directly on site. You can see how we've placed them throughout the site, and one of the reasons for that is to break down the areas that contribute to that. Again, making those catchments into smaller areas as opposed to having a large watershed that comes down and has momentum through the site. We're able to pick those sub watersheds up in different areas and treat them on the spot. So that gives it a more localized treatment and also breaks up the watersheds. We do provide a reduction in runoff from pre-development to post-development as required by the state for the 2 through 100 year frequency storms. The stormwater was reviewed and approved by the Department of Environmental Management's Freshwater Wetlands Program. And that has a review by a biologist and an engineer at DEM. The issuance of an insignificant alteration permit, application number 19-0130. There is no work that is proposed within the wetland or the wetland buffer. So that 50-foot perimeter wetland that I spoke of at the beginning for the existing on-site resources, we are able to hold that 50-foot perimeter, and all limits of disturbance are outside of that 50-foot buffer, protected with erosion controls and such during construction. One of the issues that was discussed at master plan was to minimize the grading to the maximum extent practical to try and mimic existing contours. And that's something we paid special attention to. You can see from the grading that is shown on site, the dark lines are the proposed grades and how we tried to contour the existing grades and get them as close without having to create new major land disturbances and such. So we heard the comments that were made at master plan, and we've designed it accordingly for a preliminary plan. There's no lighting proposed and no water or sewers needed as it's a solar array. Landscaping, I'm not going to get too deep into it, but I just want to say that John Carter is here tonight and will testify it, but our project team had extensive meetings and third-party peer reviews and coordination for the vegetative screening to the abutting properties, and John Carter will speak to that tonight. As far as the pollinators as well, we worked with Claire Hogeboom of LEC to look at some of the plantings between the row spacing, and she'll speak again more to that tonight as well. 3 things that were mentioned I think are important is the review bodies that have looked at this, and again, this is not one stop, the first time that the city is seeing this as well. We did receive the Department of Environmental Management's wetland permit. That's a comprehensive review by, again, biologists and engineer reviewing all of it, the data and supporting materials. It did receive the development plan review approval on July 2nd of 2025. And it did just get reviewed at the technical review committee on October 15th of 2025 as well. So many different reviews that city staff have seen and have been fantastic to provide comments to us throughout, and we believe have helped enhance some of what you end up seeing up here as well. So I want to quickly highlight a few of the modifications that were made from the master plan again. Moving that interior access path to the central area that was previously along the north. And looking at, in doing that, we're actually able to reconfigure a few items with the solar arrays themselves. And we actually have a reduction in the number of panels that are out there as well. So the original design had approximately 16,200 panels, and we're down to 14,280 panels. So that's a reduction of about 12% of the panels out here. Reduction in the actual panel area. So the amount the size that they take up as well. Originally was 10.56 acres. and it's down to 9.32 acres. Again, so smaller surfaces as well. That's a reduction of 1.2 acres, or a 12% reduction in the size there as well. And then a reduction in the total fenced area. Again, the area that is fenced in for each of the arrays was originally 22.24 acres, and that's down to 21.47 acres. So that's approximately 3/4 of an acre that's reduced down in size as well. We believe, again, with some of the other folks that are going to testify tonight as well, we believe that a lot of these improvements, enhancements that we've been able to do are improvements to the original master plan. I wanted to give an overview. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have as well.
Mr. Murray, wouldn't it be, I'd like to have your witnesses come first, and then we could have the questions. I don't think we're probably going to get to questions tonight, unless my fellow commissioners feel like they really want to ask questions right after each witness. Okay. So we'll be asking you some questions, but it just won't be tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for your time tonight.
Shifting of the road to the center of the site will also congregate the equipment there.
That's correct. Yeah, actually, that's a great point. Exactly. So the transformers and inverters are centrally located now as well.
And John Carter will talk about it, but we are also trying to expand the buffer area to the residential.
That's correct. By shifting down that path that used to be along the northern area, that now gains us some extra area where we can look at some additional vegetative screening along the northern portion. Yep.
That's all I have. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to invite John Carter to come forward. John has obviously testified. John, just for the record, you've been the landscape architect of record on this project since its inception.
Yes, I have.
And the landscape plans that was submitted as part of this preliminary application prepared by you in your office.
That's correct.
And you're obviously familiar with the site and the property along Natick Avenue.
Yes, I am.
And compilation of material and plans you're recommending to this commission come as a result of both personal visits and knowledge of the property, as well as your experience as a landscape architect.
That's correct.
And while it was probably several years ago, the applicant in the required peer review landscape architect process that formed an ad hoc committee for consideration for this project, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's presented to the commission this evening, during the plan stage, incorporates those comments and recommendations received at that time.
That's correct.
And I'm going to ask you, while some of the commission is familiar with this, I'm asking you to kind of step back, give an overview of the approach and what we're offering here, and then we'll have Claire talk a little bit more about pollinator.
Thank you. For the record, my name is John Carter. I'm a registered landscape architect, and my office is at 960 Boston Neck Road in Narragansett. Would you be able to put my plan up, my sheet one? Do you have the landscape plans? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So as Bob said, I was engaged early on at the sort of onset of this project to collaborate with the design team, the engineer, and the developers. We've had numerous meetings with the board, with this board, the other input from the city. The first thing that we do when we start a project, and we did in this case, was you do a fairly detailed assessment of the site, and we look at the existing vegetation, the topography, the adjacent land uses. The site presently is a working farm, and the topography slopes from the northwest, which is the upper left, to the southeast, which is the lower right, approximately 125 feet across the breadth of the project. And the existing vegetation, it's a heavily managed property through farming activities and so forth, but it's primarily oak, maple, overstory with some shrubby understory. It has a fairly thin understory. So in our analysis of the site, we paid particular attention to the abutting properties and the potential for views from the abutting properties onto the site. And that kind of drove some all of our process and analysis and so forth. As part of our analysis, in order to understand the relationship between the abutting home and the solar panel installation, we drew a series of transects, which is a profile view. And the yellow lines that you see there all indicate the profiles that we drew. And what we did was we drew a line of the proposed conditions on the ground, existing vegetation, the topography of the land, the height of the panels, and we drew them from an approximate first floor elevation of the abutting houses. And that was we were able to analyze how best to buffer by leaving undisturbed areas as well as providing additional planting, the views from those houses. And that was the primary driving force behind the landscape plan that we developed. So we did develop a plan of supplemental planting. So the plan you're looking at now, you can see the green, the dark green. So, well, excuse me, I'm going to back up on this. On the north property line, which is the top of this slide you're looking at, is north. There's a proposed 50-foot wide vegetated buffer. That is, thank you, and that is an area 50 feet wide that will not be disturbed during construction. So whatever's there will remain. In our site assessment, and Bob had mentioned that we worked with a peer reviewer, and we had numerous interactions with the peer reviewer, who was a very experienced landscape architect, including numerous site visits, walking along the property line, and trying to determine what areas were critical to block with existing or added vegetation. So we developed a plan where we're going to leave 50 feet of undisturbed buffer, and then there's an additional 10 feet, which is the dark green, and within that we have designs for putting additional plants. We left the design to be the way the design developed. It's fairly flexible, or I guess scalable would be a word, because in my experience, you can't really determine exactly where the best place to add the plants to enhance the buffer. People use solid fences, which nobody wanted in this case, but the plantings have to be placed pretty much after the lot's cleared. So after the site is cleared for the development, we have a planting scheme, and I'll show you that shortly. And where the little red sort of rectangles are, those indicate where we would put, within that 10 feet, we would put additional planting. And as Eric pointed out, the plan from when we developed that landscape, the original layout on the north property has actually improved because the service road was running along the north property line, or was running right inside of the buffer. Now it's been moved into the center of the site. So we actually have an additional 20 feet available if we want it. It has to maintain, I believe, a 10-foot wide clearance just for maintenance, where we can, as we add the plants, which is a flexible sort of design process, we have additional space. And also during the clearing, if there is something significant, a large tree or something that's actually making a positive impact on the buffer, we have the opportunity to leave it there. We just have more room to move. So, as I said, we spent time with a peer reviewer who was, I believe, interfacing with the ad hoc committee. I think board members, neighbors, and so forth were on it. We spent a lot of time with her, a lot of different revisions that we brought into the board. And this is ultimately what was all agreed upon and approved. So what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, can you just flip one sheet forward? Thank you. The transects, the cross sections, for lack of better description, that we did, and we did 15 of them, I believe, from all the houses on all the abutting lots. Basically what you're seeing, and if you're sitting close, you can probably read it better than me. What you're seeing is that we have a line drawn indicating the ground level. We have a sight line coming out of the house indicated by. We have the buffer drawn, we have the property lines indicated, and it's all to a scale. So it allowed us, in some cases, the topography will block the view of the panels. And in some cases, there'll be considerable existing vegetation. But in all cases, we're proposing to further enhance that with more. And if you don't mind, can you go to the last sheet now? But the rest of these pages are all just more of the cross sections, and happy to spend as much time as you want with them, but they're a little hard to discuss at this level.
I have the last sheet on, not in the presentation, but I have it on a separate PDF. Do you want me to pull it up? It'll just take me a minute to pull it up.
Oh,
It's on a separate PDF. This is just directly in the presentation, things I added, but I can.
My page 6 of my set.
Okay, I can do that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, it's kind of, I need that to describe what we're doing. If it's a problem, I can use my verbal skills to paint the picture. While we're waiting for that, the other thing we were asked to do was to prepare a maintenance plan, which we did, and has been submitted to the town, been updated. That's this document here. That would be going forward with an approval. That would be part of it. Basically, what happens when we try to do buffer plantings is we have to deal with invasives. That's a big issue. And so there's a maintenance plan. Thank you. It also spells out what can and can't happen within the vegetated buffers. So in other words, going into the future, there's a document that protects the buffer. That sheet right there is good. Thank you. Looks like an old blueprint. So this is part of the plan set that was submitted originally and approved, and then again. And on that sheet, on the right side, you'll see those sort of diagrams with the plants, the circles and the plants. And what those are, we call typical planting clusters. So I talk about sort of flexible and scalable. There's a certain amount in the plant schedule, which is right in the middle of the sheet. It says plant schedule above it. Thank you. There are genus, species, size, planted size, and quantities of all the plants. So going forward, the applicant, the developers are locked into putting those plants in that size and that quantity. But the planting on the right indicates these clusters of plantings that we're going to have some flexibility where they actually go. They're 50 feet. They're wide as this room. Clusters of them all along the north and the east property line. And we're going to have a little flexibility after the site's cleared where best to put them. Basically, if there's gaps in the 50-foot buffer that we think needs supplementing, we'll use those. That was something that the peer reviewer, myself, came up with, thought it would, from our experiences, thought it was a really good way to do that. So if this moves forward with an approval, it's not, there's discretion in how those are laid out, but there's a firm schedule of how many and how big they would be required to put in when they're. So that pretty much summarizes where we're at and what our involvement was. I guess questions later.
Unless my fellow colleagues feel the need to ask questions right now, like I said, I'm just trying to get the company's witnesses through.
Chairman, our next witness is Claire Hugeboom from LEC Consultants. She is new to this commission in terms of this project. I don't know if she's appeared for many boards or commissions in the state, in the region. I don't think she's been before this one. But I told her that they're all nice people.
Welcome aboard.
But I'm going to have you talk about your involvement in the project, but let's just start with some basic questions. You were brought on board by Revity Energy and Natick Solar to work on this particular project on Natick Avenue, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of our submission, we submitted a report on your letterhead and stationery entitled Pollinator Friendly Site Establishment and Maintenance Plan. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, I am.
And you and your colleagues gathered that information for submittal, correct?
Correct.
And this report is based on both your professional experience, but also your personal on-site inspection of the property in question.
That's correct.
And in your professional career, have you worked on other solar array projects like this?
Yes, I have.
And just for the record, your resume includes work beyond just plans like this for the solar projects. Your firm does other permitting and development work, correct?
Yes, we work on a diverse amount of projects.
With that, I'm just going to ask you to introduce yourself to the commission and your company, and then at your pace, share your recommendations to the commission and how we're going to incorporate them in this project.
Thank you. For the record, Claire Hogeboom. Would you like me to spell that? Yes, Hooge B as in boy, OO, M as in Mary. Wetland scientist with LEC Environmental Consultants. Our address is 680 Warren Avenue, East Providence, Rhode Island. Our ecology-based firm has 13 technical staff that work collaboratively together in a manner that provides a wealth of diverse experience and knowledge to each project that we are involved in. So when you have one staff member from LEC, you really have a collaborative effort from our entire team. I personally regularly conduct site evaluations and natural resource inventories throughout Rhode Island and Massachusetts. In addition, I'm experienced in providing guidance to project teams and clients for the design and implementation of planting plans within wetland areas or upland areas, participating in overseeing the construction and oversight of those replication and restoration areas, as well as conducting post-construction monitoring inspections to ensure the successful establishment of these proposed conditions. I also have a pollinator steward certification from the UMass Amherst Extension Agriculture Program. And as noted earlier, we were retained by the applicant to prepare this pollinator-friendly planting plan within the solar array footprint. So on this particular project, myself and another LEC staff member, Andrea Kendall, who's listed in our report, attended a site evaluation to document the existing conditions, the soil characteristics, and to identify the existing vegetation in order to support preparation of this site-specific pollinator-friendly planting plan. The site in existing conditions is primarily comprised of forested uplands with a network of cart paths and numerous rocky outcrops occurring throughout the site. A small area of upland meadow occurs pretty much centrally within the site, where it's absent of canopy cover. Otherwise, the forested areas are generally comprised of mostly deciduous trees with a few eastern red cedars. The understory is mostly saplings. It's pretty devoid of dense shrub habitat with some patches here and there. And of course, anywhere devoid of the canopy cover is generally ground cover. In addition to identifying all of the vegetation within the site, we utilized a handheld auger to evaluate the soil profile within selective areas throughout the site, gain an understanding of the subsurface soil conditions that would support a plant community. Generally, the site contains up to 1 inch of organic material. That's up to 2 inches of topsoil. In one of our test pits, we did identify a buried topsoil layer about 12 inches thick, which was not very consistent with the remainder of the site, but just something noteworthy to gain an understanding that not every portion of the site was extremely similar with respect to the amount of topsoil and organic matter. Based on the data collected during our site evaluation, we prepared the pollinator planting plan. We specifically selected the mesic to dry native pollinator seed mix that's prepared by Ernst Conservation Seeds based out of Pennsylvania. We very regularly recommend using either them or having a local nursery prepare a seed mix based on the planting plan or the specifications that they put together. The seed mix includes a diverse variety of flowering plants. I believe it's about 32 different species in total. They have different colors and variable blooming periods between April and October. So there's overlap between a lot of the flowering plants to provide some options for pollinator species throughout the growing season. Some grasses are included in that seed mix. They also provide some alternative sources of nesting materials and habitat value for pollinators as well. So we're trying to really focus not only on food sources, nectar sources, but an overall habitat value provided through this planting plan that could be diverse and do different things other than just provide food. Notably, the seed mix includes a cumulative 1.7% of milkweed species. We did recommend in our plan to incorporate an additional 10% of common milkweed to the seed mix to be applied throughout the buffer areas around the solar as opposed to underneath the solar panels themselves. And that was in an effort to support the monarch butterfly, which some may know the milkweed plant is an obligate species to the monarch butterfly. They only feed on the nectar of that plant and they only lay their eggs. So the caterpillar's primary and pretty much sole food source is the milkweed species. So we selected the common milkweed because we felt it would be more successful in this landscape area as opposed to something like the swamp milkweed, which would prefer a wetter habitat. And we also recommended a few other opportunities to encourage pollinator-friendly habitat throughout the year, not just within the growing season, some of which includes leaving a minimum of 3 6-foot tall logs along the perimeter that would provide some cavity nesting or wood boring bees potential habitat or nesting areas. Additionally, just leaving small piles of logs or leaves along the perimeter as well. Mostly we tried to encourage doing that within the buffer areas where there's not going to be a lot of staff activity or maintenance activity within the solar panel array itself, just to avoid any potential issues with staff trying to maintain the site or fix something in the solar array itself and then risking stepping on a nest or getting stung. So we're trying to find that balance of human use and wildlife encouragement. We also noted on the plan that there is a 6-inch gap underneath the perimeter fencing, and we just recommended to continue to ensure that that is maintained to allow for wildlife migration to occur underneath that gap within the solar array. We understand that the existing topsoil will be scraped, stockpiled, reused around the site. So we recommended, based on our evaluation of finding mostly on average up to 2 inches of topsoil, that there might be a need to import additional clean organic rich topsoil to the site to achieve 4 to 6 inches of topsoil to really support that seed mix germination. So we have the recommendations in the report to ensure that it is good, clean topsoil that would achieve the needs of the planting plan. 2 final things that we did include in this plan. One is our monitoring protocol. So this is a very common recommendation that we put in any of our upland or wetland restoration replication plans or plans similar to this, where we recommend construction period monitoring to be done by our firm or someone similar that would inspect the seed mix and planting orders upon arrival and even prior to arrival to ensure the orders themselves meet the specifications of the plans. When they arrive at the site, we would inspect them to ensure all the plantings are healthy, that the seed mix is exactly what was ordered, and then oversee the spreading or implementation of that plan during construction. And we do leave the opportunity open to make any field modifications because, you know, you put so much on paper, but sometimes you get to the field and you're doing the work and you determine there might be a slight shift that would ensure a more successful plan in the end. Following construction, we outline LEC would provide up to 3 years of post-construction monitoring. So we would do 3 site visits each year, beginning, middle, and end of the growing season to document all the different stages of the flowering period and ensure that our planting plan is successful. And each year, if we identify that there is some modification or supplemental seed mix applications, whether it's the same seed mix or something else that we are finding based on our observations. There were some specific species that were not as successful as we expected. We would make those recommendations each year to implement and continue monitoring. So we have that going on for a 3-year period. And that ties back into our maintenance plan, which would continue in perpetuity after our 3-year monitoring. We have a bullet list in our report that outlines the owner's landscape team that would just continue the yearly maintenance. We we try to be clear and concise in the report to note that mowing once a year is all that we recommend for this planting plan. Maybe the first 3 years, it's a little more as everything's establishing, and that would only occur with the authorization from the biologist or the monitor that would let them know that, you know, you can mow at this time. And we also have a specific window, I believe it's October 1st, up to the end of April, that mowing would be allowed even in perpetuity, because we want to avoid the mowing during the growing season, the active pollinating season. So with that, I believe that summarizes everything I wanted to put together. So happy to pass that on.
Noticing the clock, Mr. Chairman, and I think with your permission, I'm going to ask Ryan Palumbo to come forward to make some brief remarks on behalf of the applicant. And that would conclude our presentation this evening with your permission.
And are those all your witnesses with Mr. Palumbo?
Subject to
Questions from, right,
subject to questions that we don't have the right people here, or if
okay.
other issues develop for a subsequent meeting, we may have to present someone else, but right now, that will be the entirety of our presentation as it relates to the preliminary plan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the commission, my name is Ryan Palumbo. I am one of the principals at Revity Energy, which again, family-owned business run and operated by myself, my 3 siblings, our father Ralph. I'm going to try to be brief here. I think our consultants have done a lot of the heavy lifting already, but the changes or the modifications that we're putting forth here, is truly our best effort to try to show good faith with the feedback that we've received over the years from the commission here, the abutters to the project, and other members of the community. The change of the road system going to the central side through the central area of the project is going to help decrease noise mitigation, increase noise mitigation, and reduce the amount of site work that we're going to have in that northern area of the project, where some of the residential abutters had some significant concern. What used to be a 20-foot access road along that north, as stated, is now only going to be a 10-foot gravel pathway. That's something that the landowner wanted to make sure that was kept in there, but that gives us that additional 8 to 10 feet of flexibility for supplemental plantings. We talked about the environmental enhancements between the pollinator mix and the monarch butterfly. We're proposing a different racking system than the commissioner of this city might be used to. In the past, you may be familiar with a post-driven racking system, which is exactly how it sounds. A contractor is coming out in the field for the foundations of our panels for supports and, driving each post into the ground repetitively. And we've received a lot of feedback, specifically from members of this community, about how that repetitive noise can be a nuisance, for lack of a better word. We listened to that feedback. We've explored new technologies over the years, and we've now adapted to a screw-driven system where we actually pre-drill every single hole on site with a drill machine. And the drill will go through rock, will go through ledge, and we'll have another machine come behind it and kind of just install the screws. This helps not only reduce the noise during construction, it makes the process a little bit faster, reducing construction time, and it allows us to work with the contours of the land more efficiently. So we're able to put forth this enhanced plan with reduced grading because this new racking system has higher tolerances in terms of slope and is not impacted by things such as ledge, rock, outcrop, things of that such. In addition to that, we talked about the reduced footprint of the project. What once was one large fenced-in area is now separated into pretty much a northern project and a southern project, with that road bifurcating the two. And I guess the last point that I'll just briefly touch on is the fiscal analysis. A common question is, what does this project bring to the city itself outside of just development? Per state law, a project of this nature, ground mounted solar array, needs to pay $8,500 per megawatt AC to the city. Project of this size that will equate to just over $50,000 a year, plus or minus $1.8 million over the life of the project that the town council can factor into their budget when that time comes. We're happy to answer any questions. I recognize we probably have 5 minutes at this time, but I just wanted to get some of those things on the record and introduce myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palumbo. We're almost at 10 o'clock and we have a few more things to do, like zoning board recommendations. So I think this would probably be, Mr. Murray, an appropriate time to pause and have, continue this hearing to a later date so that we will then have our questions for the witnesses, and then we will receive public comment from the public and hear from their attorney. Unless I hear something different from my fellow colleagues or from the public that feels like we personally, I don't think it's wise to be proceeding on this matter into the midnight hour, because we all like to pay attention and understand it and focus. So if that's not a problem, I assume that's not a problem with you, Mr. Murray?
No, first of all, yeah, I absolutely appreciate the fact Mr. Doherty's been here, and we have neighbors, and they certainly have the right to be heard, and at the appropriate time you decide. My only thought would be is that know that you have one special meeting planned already for this month. I don't know whether we could piggyback on that, but we just on behalf of the applicant, we're hoping to move this along best we can with your, obviously, your cooperation and ultimately your decision in terms of how to proceed on that. But we will be available whenever you determine best to take this up again.
Okay. I do know we have a special meeting November 19th. In the past, as my colleagues probably recall, we had special meetings for Natick Solar, where the whole meeting was basically dedicated to Natick Solar and maybe some other odd item. So I'm just trying to figure out who was planning to be at the November 19th meeting. We could have the Natick Solar topic be at the November 19th meeting since we already have that scheduled. So I was just saying, first of all, if any of my colleagues have a major objection with November 19th, and then to look at Mr. Murray, Mr. Doherty, whether or not November 19th at 6:30 is a problem. And I know Director Ashman had other things she wanted to talk about on November the 19th, but that could be pushed off a little bit because of this issue of interest to the public. So just wanted to see if my colleagues are okay with the November 19th. Sometimes it's getting close to holidays. Another thing, Mr. Murray, which is between Thanksgiving and Christmas, it gets harder to create a quorum sometimes. Okay. Okay. Any problems with November 19th from anybody? Okay. So I think it's appropriate then, unless you tell me I'm doing something wrong.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Yeah, so just a date certain. So whatever time. What time are we doing it on the 19th?
6:30. Does you want to do it earlier? So? Yeah. I kind of like 6:30 myself because my work schedule sometimes and people have difficulty maybe getting there 5:30. Okay, so if that's okay, we can continue the public hearing on the Natick Solar matter until November the 19th at 6:30. If that's okay, I'll entertain a motion to that effect. Mr. Carrero, Commissioner Carrero makes that motion, seconded by Commissioner Lanfear. Any discussion on continuing November 19th, 6:30? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. All right, thank you. And I'm sorry we couldn't get to you tonight, but all right. Okay, next on the agenda is zoning recommendations, signs and fences.
Signs and fences.
I'm going to ask you to be quiet and leave the chamber as expeditiously as possible. You can talk in the hall, but we need to keep going. Thank you. The definitely colors. So these are going to be the fastest presentations in the West, right?
All right, I'm sorry about that. Okay, the first matter of the agenda is Domain Realty, 846 Oakland Ave. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard? Okay. Staff could proceed with their recommendation and their analysis.
All right, so this is at 846 Oakland Avenue, and the applicant is requesting relief to construct a sign within the corner visibility setback and exceeding the allowable height. Aerial view, street view, and the zoning map. And as you can see, the stand for the sign is already there and it's right on the property line. And this is a plan for the sign. So they've requested relief for the sign being very close to a corner of a street on the corner lot, and also being 23 feet when the maximum height for a sign in this zone is 15 feet. And staff has reviewed this application in accordance with the corner visibility requirement and found that this proposed sign may create more dangerous traffic and roadway conditions, and this goes along with our goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. We also found that there's ample space on the subject property to move the sign away from the intersection, and also no reason that was presented to us as to why the sign should exceed 15 feet. Another variance is, as I had already mentioned, the height 8 feet of relief from the requirement. And we gave a negative recommendation on this application to the zoning board of appeals.
Okay, the negative recommendation from staff. So I'll start with any public comment present in the room that would like to be heard on this matter. Seeing none. James, is there anyone online that wishes to be heard on this matter?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions that my colleagues have for Mr. Ray on this matter? I'll ask a quick question for the solicitor or the staff. This has happened before, hasn't this?
This property is part of 3 current lawsuits. So this will probably be a 4th one. I don't believe that they've come here for the sign. They put the sign on the property line without a permit. And the base, and they don't want to move the base. So, and for 3 years, they haven't want to come for relief, but now they are coming for relief, which is their right. But I don't think it hasn't come here yet. They sued Dave Rodeo, Jason Pizzullo, and Stan Peichel personally.
Yeah.
First time I've ever seen that in my career, based upon this property. Then they have 2 other pending lawsuits based for this property. But as far as you guys are tonight, we'll move this along. This is this hasn't come here before.
Okay.
And they're asking for relief. To put the sign on the property line on a corner lot above the height.
And the reason it's a negative, Mr. Ray, is that it's impeding people from seeing, like, doing a left turn on this thing, like they can't look right because of the sign? Is that what
Yeah,
the
and
theory
also,
behind it?
we just found that, like, it wasn't, like, they have space to put it farther back.
Oh, okay, they had space, okay, and they just don't want to move the base.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. All right, any questions, comments on the sign? If not, this would be a proper time for a motion of some type. Mr. Zelos? Oh, Commissioner Lanfear? Well, somebody please, it's 10 o'clock.
I would move that we accept staff's negative recommendation on this matter.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Zadelis. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of a negative recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, all those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Next, Linda Plant Dalby at 44 Shirley Boulevard.
All right, yeah, so this is an application requesting permission to construct, oh, this slide is wrong. It's to build a fence that is a couple feet above the requirement. So it's 6 feet in a residential area. And they're requesting 8 feet in the back and 7 feet on the side.
Any reason why?
Not sure, but
Really
I'll
private
get
people.
into it. So the fence is taller in the back, which is not visible, as you can see from the street at all, not even a little bit. And that's where the property, obviously it abuts another property, but that's in the back, and in the front it is below. So
Okay.
7 feet on the side and 8 feet in the back.
My apologies. Is the applicant here and wishes to be heard on this matter? Okay. All right, Mr. A, thank you. And I assume you're making, sorry, I cut you off. Is there a positive recommendation?
I actually wasn't done second yet. But it also replaces a fence that was encroaching. And like I said, it will be completely blocked from view from the street.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Okay, first, is there any questions for Mr. Ray from my colleagues? Ms. Lamprey has a question on the fence.
A couple of things. First of all, a 6-foot fence that's in compliance with the ordinance would also solve an encroachment issue, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And the reason why I say that is I wasn't aware. First, I looked at this and I thought, why am I being fussy about a foot or two? But the city council, I learned in September, and actually our co-commissioner, Nicole Renzulli, was one of the sponsors, sponsored an ordinance which passed to keep fence heights at 6 feet. And there were a number of reasons that were given for that. Aesthetics, being good neighbors, not having heights of fences that cause isolation among neighbors, and also concerns that privacy fences of certain heights could be more subject to wind damage and could cause safety issues. So I'm not sure, and I was hoping that there would be an opportunity to ask the applicant why, because I can certainly think of some reasons that might be appropriate to vary from that. But because our council changed or enacted that ordinance as recently as September and gave reasons for that, I feel that without a basis to vary from that, we should decide it in accordance with what the council has recently enacted. So I would disagree with that positive recommendation and and move that there be a negative recommendation on this issue for those reasons.
Thank you, Commissioner Lampier. Before we get into motions and further discussions, I just want to see, is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on the fence? James? Is there anyone online?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, we've already started our discussion on the fence recommendation. I understand Commissioner Lampier's point, and if Commissioner Razzulli was here, maybe she could drive the point home. For me, I'm not particularly bothered by an 8-foot fence or a 7-foot fence. People are building a lot of walls these days. And and so this doesn't, I don't find this particularly problematic. I assume that the zoning board will make a decision based on the comment of this resident, and possibly the other neighbors will show up about the fence, and we'll find the story behind the build me an 8-foot fence. Okay, but anyway, all right, this would be appropriate time for any motions, positive or negative. What, Commissioner Lampier?
I would move for a negative recommendation for the reasons I stated previously, and to be in accord with the recently enacted ordinance of the City Council.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Commissioner Zadelis. All right. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to explain my forthcoming negative vote on this motion.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Coop.
Just for the record, I think the city tells homeowners what they can and can't do enough already, and we don't need to tell them how tall their fences can be.
Okay. Oh, that's gonna get a legal opinion from the city solicitor.
We do tell them what it's gonna be. They're asking for relief.
And I'm okay with that.
All right. Any further discussion on the 8-foot fence on Shirley Boulevard? I used to live on Concord Ave. It's a very nice boulevard, I'll tell you. All right. Very nice fences. Anyway, all right. All those in favor of Commissioner Lampier's negative recommendation, please signify by saying aye. There are 2. How many are negative, are no votes on this? So the 4 votes that are Barberi, Chairman, Commissioner Coop, Commissioner Exter, Commissioner Carrero, and the 2 positives were Mr. Zadelis and Commissioner Zadelis, Commissioner Lampier. So now the opposite motion can now be made. If so, Commissioner Coop makes a positive motion for positive recommendation. Is there a second to the positive recommendation? Made by Commissioner Carrero. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of a positive recommendation, signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Same 5-2, and we're all set. Okay. All right, thank you. Now we're going to do the comprehensive plan amendments, zoning ordinances, city plan directors reports, 1010. We can do this, people. All right, so comprehensive plan amendments. I'll intro it off and then hand it over to Commissioner Director Ashman. And I want to make sure I get public comment in case somebody is in the room that wants to make public comment on this. So a couple of elements were put up there. The key, for example, the recreation one, which reflected some changes from the recreation department, transportation that reflected a change simply on the where we would focus our transit oriented development to the Elmwood, Warwick, Broad Street area. And the other is a housing element. The housing element is still a work in progress. That element was drafted. I did not review it before posting. I had a very busy week last week. Director Ashman worked on that. There's in need of some further major revisions in certain aspects. We don't need to get into all the details unless people really want to get into the details right now of this work in progress. But we just wanted to put it out there and get people starting to look at it and think about it. Let me think here. We are not voting on any particular element tonight, so you understand. Okay, so that there's at 10 o'clock, we don't need to do that. All right, Director Ashman, is something you want to go through a little bit of the comprehensive plan amendments in any way, or
Sure, I couldn't have said it better myself. I do want to say we've made no further changes to the open space or transportation or the maps since we had our special meeting in August. I just want to make one point on that draft housing element. If you do the next slide, one of the pieces of feedback we got back is that we needed to be very specific about our projections out to 2046. And so, we've now included a very modest projection for population growth to 2046. And the next slide, we also project the decline that we've been seeing in household size is going to become more shallow. It's going to slow down. It's not going to. So if you go to the next slide, the key figures that we need to refine for our housing plan are, how much housing do we need? And that's a product of what's our population times our household size. And really, in terms of the strategies we've already talked about, I think that's not going to be very difficult for us to meet our overall housing production goals for this time period because population growth is projected to actually peak and start to decline after 2035. The more challenge is to get to 10% because we're at that 6 and some percent now. So that's where a lot of the focus has to be to how to solve the puzzle to honor all the goals of this community and still have a path towards meeting those needs. And so that's all I want to say for tonight. The draft is up on the website and we welcome comments, written or otherwise, from the public after the meeting also.
Before I ask my colleagues if they have any comments or questions at this point, I don't want to forget public comment. So is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on the comprehensive plan amendments? Fine people. Is there anyone online that would like to make public comment?
There is no online. Oh, there is public comment.
There we go. You have waited and you will now be heard. Go, proceed. As you are now on, if we can,
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry. Annette Bourne, 51. I'm sorry?
State your name and address.
Right, Annette Bourne, 51 Community Drive. I don't know why that logo is up there. That should be just Annette Bourne, 51 Community Drive, Cranston, Rhode Island. I just wanted to thank the staff for all the work that they've been doing on the comprehensive plan. Clearly, hours and hours of public testimony across the city on various issues tonight. Particularly interested in seeing some of the larger housing development that's being proposed. So I just wanted to express my gratitude and I look forward to the public work ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bourne. Is there anyone else online that would like to be heard on this matter?
There is no further online public comment.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else anyone wants to make any comments on this comprehensive plan amendments? Trust me, this is still a work in progress.
Yeah,
We'll
we
have
just
more to say.
have to decide if we want to continue it to the November 19th or the December
Yeah.
meeting.
I'm inclined to probably move it to December 2nd because November 19th is Natick Solar, and that's going to be about 4 hours. So are we okay with December 2nd? Okay. All right. All right. That would be appropriate to do a motion to continue this matter to December 2nd. Made by Vice Chairman Coop, seconded by Commissioner Exter. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. All right, now we're going to do zoning amendments. Now, the director can summarize this maybe faster than me, but we basically have, if I recall, 4 types of zoning amendments. One is ready, I think, for us to basically sign off on and submit have the administration or a city council member submit. First is the zoning ordinance that basically encapsulate all the changes from state law from 2024 and 2025. The second is about
The mandatory changes.
I'm sorry. Thank you for pointing that out. Mandatory changes. The second is the changes to the zoning ordinance related to development plan review. A third is inclusionary zoning, and a fourth is filing fees. So on the first one, on the omnibus implementation of mandatory zoning changes, I will just say to my colleagues, this has been prepared by staff over a considerable amount of time. It's been reviewed by the solicitor, and it was reviewed by myself on a Sunday evening. And then I actually went in with the staff, with the solicitor, and went through this on 2 hours last week to button it down and cross Ts and dot Is. I personally believe that it is ready. It reflects consistent with state law, and where we do have discretion, we have maximized our discretion, I believe, to maintain local control, whether it's parking space requirements and how much ADUs you can have in a lot, et cetera, et cetera. Does the staff want to, I didn't know if the staff had something prepared. There you go. Mr. Bogerman, do you want to just summarize some stuff for us?
I mean, you did most of it, but yeah, I think the memo is pretty self-explanatory. It kind of, details everything out. There are some discretionary elements here, though, which I highlighted. But what we have in the text is pretty much basically what our recommendation is for that text. There's some wiggle room here and there. There are some things such as like the co-living housing, which, could be, allowed. There's enabling legislation to have it allowed. We don't really have any good guidance on like how that's best done. We don't have any like model ordinances or performance standards. So currently we're not recommending it to be an allowed use, but maybe in the future there's something we can come back to or recommend it. Does anyone have any specific questions about anything that's in here? I know it's late, so. Okay. Will that be a vote then, or?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we should just a vote to
Direct staff.
direct staff to
Request that an ordinance be submitted.
be submitted either through council or through the
Administration, council or administration. Okay. All right. And just for the record, again, I just want people to know, I don't agree with these state law changes, many of them, but we have to follow state law. So that's just, I want to put that. But anyway, now would be the appropriate time for a motion to.
Prior to the motion, I do believe, so there are findings of facts in the memo that relate to this from when I read the ordinance. That's something we do need to do, even if it comes from you to the council.
All right.
So if you have a motion to adopt the findings of facts.
Oh, now I got to. No, all right, hold on now. Hold on.
Well, exactly. So it goes directly. So, but you do need to still do the same findings of fact.
So the reason we're doing that now, because the ordinance is coming from us rather than from the council. Normally, if it comes from the council, it comes down to us, we'd have to make the findings of fact. But since it's coming from us, if we make those findings, then it can go to the council and be advertised and then hopefully enacted, as opposed to going to them, coming back to us and going back.
Yeah, they're on the last, I should have put it on the slide. They're on the last page of the memo.
Just give me a moment to just review it. I'm sorry. I wasn't aware of that aspect of it. I apologize.
And put it on the screen.
Consistency with.
So we have to find something in state laws consistent with the comprehensive plan?
Yeah.
Do I have to do that?
Yeah, well, you do, because your job as the planning commission is to say that the zoning changes are consistent with some part of the comprehensive plan. I don't know if there's a part of the comprehensive plan that says you have to do this, otherwise.
Yeah,
But, so, yes, that finding.
I won't be difficult.
Thank you.
Solicitor. I won't be difficult. Not at 10:15. All right, we'll do a motion then for directing the staff, for adopting the findings of fact of the staff memo and directing staff to have this ordinance submitted either through the administration or city council. Oh, I forgot something. Well, public comment. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bob. Is there anyone here who would like to be public comment on this ordinance? Yes, Mr. Berg.
I don't. I just want to say, first of all, I know a lot of effort is going into all these documents. I carried them with me to New Hampshire last week. I carried them to New York, and I still didn't finish reading them all. So I just want to say that I know some of these are pro forma. I am going to reserve my right at some point to perhaps comment.
So, yeah, I mean, this one's going to the council, obviously, but these are.
No, I get it, I get it,
bones.
but I like to, this is the chairman likes to read things, I like to read them.
Yep.
And so I don't want my silence to be interpreted as overall glowing, platitudes.
Yes.
We didn't change any
No, I
word that
understand.
we didn't have.
So I do have one, if we're gonna do development review, I'll wait for that one.
Yeah, this is only doing the state law
But
compliance.
I don't
one.
want to minimize the effort that's going in.
No, I understand. I appreciate it. And Mr. Murray, always remember, you're going to have plenty of public comment at the city council level, no question. Is there anyone here else who would like to make public comment on the zoning ordinance? Is there anyone online? James? Like to make public comment?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, then we're back to motion discussion, which is a motion would be in order that would adopt the findings of fact of this memo and direct staff to file an ordinance with the city council through either the mayor or the city council. The motion is thereby made by Director Carrero, seconded by Vice Chairman Coop. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those signify by saying nay. Ayes have it. Okay. Next matter is development plan review. We are not at the stage, in my opinion, to vote on this. I have not had a chance to, this works in conjunction with the subdivision regulations. So I'm not really here yet to talk about that, but I wanted to give the staff the opportunity to talk about that and to get any input that the commission, my fellow colleagues feel they're able to give at this time.
Yeah, so these changes came through in 2023 and 2024 from the state. In the meantime, Rhode Island Housing also produced a model ordinance, which these are based off of. And then we also we took that model ordinance and then we kind of adopted it to the processes that we're already doing, at least the things that we believe that we can modify. As you have mentioned, the amendments is supposed to come in conjunction with the subdivision regulations. Honestly, for development plan review, probably would be ideal to pass the subdivision regulation, the associated subdivision regulation amendments first. Because if you, for some reason, did the zoning first and then not the subdivision regulations, you would write out a lot of the, because what part of this process is moving a lot of the more regulatory statutes to the subdivision regulations. That's just closer to how state law is written, and also closer to what this model ordinance is proposed. So probably if the the subdivision regulations amendment came first, that would probably be preferable. This is not, I would say, as much of a rush as other changes, just because we're kind of already carrying out this process as is. So, yeah, some of the major changes besides that is most of the regulatory elements are moved to subdivision land development regulations. Zoning ordinance mostly just keeps the enabling language. Landscaping design standards. We are going there's for some reason we have two separate standards, one in DPR, one in our subdivision regulations. One thing that Jamie did is he took all the subdivision standard, all the ones from the zoning ordinance, and then we moved it into that big package of subdivision regulations. So they're going to be integrated together. There's not a lot of like counterintuitive ones, so it's mostly just adding to it. Another thing is the DPR by the state. They basically limit it to these 5 categories that you see on screen. Currently, our DPR internally has much broader categories because in the past, the way we've done DPR was as like a parallel approval process. But from the way I was reading the state law, it seemed like that you can only do one or the other now. So a lot of these processes kind of also fall in the same definition as minor land developments. The way I was reading it is some of those minor land developments.
Yeah, so if it's not a minor land development, then it would go to DPR, and it's only a DPR if it fits under those 5. Correct. Which limited.
Very limited, yes. Basically the reason, in the 2024 change also makes DPR, it's weird, in 2023 they made DPR a required process, and then they rolled back on that in 2024, they made it a non-required process.
Yo-yo policies.
Hmm?
Yo-yo policy.
Yeah. But the one main reason, and we've also talked to the DPRC about this, and they have reviewed this proposal as well. And generally, they're also in favor of keeping the committee because there's 2 main benefits that we see to this. A, if there's any projects with the DPRC coming through, typically the alternative, a lot of these would just go to a minor land development, which would be administrative review anyways. But at least this kind of gives a more formal setting for everyone to get in a room and, together talk about some of these projects. And for context, if anyone's not familiar, I know this board doesn't really deal with the DPRC. They're all the commission members, all the committee members in the DPRC are all department heads and other department staff. And one of the main benefits really is to allow application waivers for changes of use where there's no extensive construction of improvements. So if someone, we have a pretty detailed use table. So if someone goes from one use, which could be like a salon, to another use that could be another like retail kind of commercial use, they technically would need to go through a minor land development process unless we have the DPRC, in which case they can apply for a waiver, but we can also make conditions on the waiver. It's been so far a very good process.
Okay.
The only discretionary thing I think that we did, or that we're proposing, is that you can make administrative review categories. Like there's an administrative DPR and a formal DPR through the committee. They don't really say that you have to have an administrative review, and that kind of, to us, kind of defeats the purpose of that. So we're just recommending to just not have the administrative review and just do committee review for all of them, all categories.
Okay. All right. Is any of my colleagues at this point have any questions for Mr. Bergman about DPR?
Oh, wait a minute.
Don't worry, I'm going to do public comment. I know he wants to do that. But I want to give my colleagues who are on DPR, they have a chance, they want to talk about it. Questions? No? Okay. All right. This will now be the time. Is there anyone here for public comment on this aspect?
I just have a
maybe I'm tired, and maybe I've read this too many times. You need an answer now, Jonas or Beth. Just look at the applicability section that you were just kind of talking about. Because if I read it, and I may not be an expert on the statute, but it says the following categories shall be subject to the provisions of this section, meaning you have to go through DPR. And it says a change in use at the property where no extensive construction or improvement is sought. So if you are proposing extensive improvement to construction, you don't go to DPR. Am I? Is it the double negative, or am I misreading it?
No, I don't know if it's written incorrectly. I've had this discussion with other planners, and they seem to have made the process more difficult when you don't do anything. You're not reading it wrong, Bob. I mean, I'll talk to you on it. It doesn't make sense on what was done, and I don't know if it was a.
I'm not sure that's good policy and good government to approve something that doesn't make sense.
Well, no. But the problem, the problem is
Have to follow state law.
we have to follow. That's what the state law says.
Because the next one says, if you have an adaptive reuse project located in a commercial zone where no extensive exterior construction or of improvements is sought. So if you are proposing extensive exterior construction, you don't have to go to DPR.
That would probably fall either under minor land
minor-
development or major
Yeah,
land
the-
development, depending on how many extensive, depending on what, I guess extensive, there are limited categories.
It's
of how they describe
creating too many minor land developments. It shouldn't do that. It's too late. But I'd be glad it's
Okay.
doing something I
I'm
don't
gonna
think they
keep
want.
reading this. And I'll stay tuned. My overall comment about development review is, I have an expression, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And I've been pretty pleased over the years with development plan review. So I just, but I'm reading this stuff and I'm just very confused, so. But I guess that's what's intended, so. But thank you. That's all I have tonight.
No problem, no problem. Any questions, comments from my colleagues on this? Okay, I was gonna say solicitor, do I have to do a motion to continue this to December 2nd, or can we just put it on for December 2nd? Okay, thank you. All right, so I would say for December 2nd, this can go on. I'd ask the solicitor, please review it before then, the subdivision regulations with this, and I'll do so we can have a more robust conversation about the intricacies of DPR and subdivision regulations. Okay, the third one, I can't remember the order. Oh, it doesn't have an order. I will, Mr. Murray's here, so I'll just do filing fees. The filing fees, once Mr. Bruggeman, this is basically taking filing fees that are currently in our subdivision regulations, and does this also include establishing filing fees if you file a UDR with us?
So I know previously our proposal, I know Mr. Murray will have something to say about that, but previously our proposal was to just, anytime there's unified development review, apply the fees that the zoning board would have in addition to the subdivision fees. I think we've kind of rethought that process. And what we're proposing now is that we split out our fees for minor subdivisions and land developments, between the administrative reviews, the minor subdivision land developments that are done administratively versus those that are reviewed by the board. 2023, I believe prior to 2023 changes to the state law, all minor subdivisions just were board reviewed anyways, if I'm not mistaken. But then 2023, they kind of split it between, there's certain applications that are reviewed by administrative staff and certain applications that go to the board. The two categories that go to the board are anything that requires a variance under unified development review and any project that requires a street extension. We thought the most sensible thing would be, rather than having, but our fees basically still stayed the same, even though what we've seen over the last couple of years is that we really need to put in a lot more time when it comes to reviews that require that have unified or have street extensions. There's just more to it. It requires more staff time versus the administrative reviews that don't require as much staff time. So really the most sensible thing is we split these processes out into two for our fees. And of course, for the ones that we spend more time on, those should be more expensive versus the ones that we spend less time on should be less expensive. It should be appropriate to the amount of time we spend on these projects. So this is what we have proposed. Basically, before everything was a flat 300 as a base fee plus the unit count. We're not changing the unit count right now. Down the line, we might do a reevaluation of our fees. Currently, we thought, well, we can split the difference in doing, lowering by 100 and increasing by 100 for the board review ones.
Okay, just a few questions for you, Mr. Bergman. So under this proposal, if someone files UDR under us, they're paying the
400.
The 400, okay.
And if it's a street extension,
It's
or
400.
creation, 400.
Okay.
Because
And
that's basically how
we're treating a
these are split
UDR as the
up.
same as a preliminary plan, just they're.
Excuse me?
They're treating them the same, UDR and whatever, non-UDR?
Yeah, both
Okay.
preliminary plan
Okay.
for minor, yes.
Right. The second question I have is these numbers here, which are based on our current fees essentially, with a
Correct.
slight change of 400, 200. Does the staff know when these fees were originally set?
No, I don't know exactly when the time.
We can get back to you on that one.
Yeah, because what I was gonna say is, and this is really, I'm trying to help the finance director here. If these things were set, let's say 20 years ago, they probably should be adjusted for inflation and should be increased.
We did review them compared
That's why
to
I'm
neighboring
giving you a chance,
communities.
Mr. Murray, I'm giving you a
Yeah,
chance, Mr. Murray, don't worry.
our Cranston's fees are not either the highest or the lowest
We're in the middle?
in the region. We're in the middle.
Okay. I just wanted to point out is that I'd like to know when the date is that these were first adopted, see if they maybe should be adjusted for inflation. The other question I was gonna say is, I know these are the numbers right now. Has the staff kind of computated any sort of like, hey, it takes us 40 hours to do this, 30 hours to do this? And then we can kind of back into that. We may adjust it to reflect the reality of the labor that goes into these things. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, these fees do not cover the full staff cost of review. We do not pay for the entire planning department budget out of fees.
And by the way, the whole planning department's time should not be allocated to these fees because you guys spend time doing comprehensive plan, you spend time creating policies. So, but there is a significant portion of your time of the staff that does these applications. So when you're looking at an administrative review, it's $200 plus $35 per unit. I'm not sure that really copies the time of a staff member and doing these things. So I think it should potentially be increased. I only bring this up to you, Mr. Zadelis, because this would be a way for you to potentially recoup some money that the city is paying on this. I don't worry, Mr. Murray. You're going to have public comment. I know you will. Go ahead, Mr.
Council President, you may recall.
Yeah.
It was months ago where I was speaking to fees.
Yeah.
And one of the things in this was conversations with your predecessor relative to the more complicated projects.
Yeah.
And the amount of time staff spends on those. So I wasn't trying to cover the full cost of their operation. It was specifically, quite honestly, it was precipitated by the former director saying, I'm trying to think of a good word, but he was expressing frustration with the time as it related to the fees and the fact that they weren't covering their costs. So months ago when I brought that up,
Yeah.
there, you know, and I like the concept of the simpler ones coming in with a lower fee. But the amount of time that the staff spends, you know, should be
No,
offset, so.
right, an administrative review, maybe it's gonna be on the low side, because it's basically like a by right usually of like one house, okay? It requires commission review, you know, it could be a solar farm, it could be, you know, a major multifamily project, it could be something else. What's the other aspect? There's one thing in the ordinance that you proposed that bothered me, and I'm not sure I like it, is that I think you created like an automatic fee increasing adjustment factor, whereby like every year the fee automatically goes up with the increase in the department's budget. Did I read that kind of correctly?
Yeah, that's like the third asterisk there.
Yeah, the third asterisk.
That does predate everyone in this department, but, yeah, so,
Yeah.
there should technically be an automatic adjustment, every July 1st.
Saying that's already
Depending
in
on-
our subdivision regs.
This is already in the subdivision regulations, yeah.
Wow.
But it's
That stuck by me.
the adjustment is supposed to be depending on, it seems to relate to the planning department's budget.
No, and fix, what that thing means is that if the plan department's budget, let's say, you guys know better than me, let's say it's $500,000, right? And it goes up next year because of salary increases and healthcare, it's like 525,000. I'll make the math easy, $550,000. That means all the fees should go up 10% because the budget went up 10%. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of what that is. I have a little bit of a concern about that because I don't like I call them autopilot sort of tax increases and fees. I'm not a big fan of autopilot, but I understand that. And that's actually something that we could actually make that adjustment. But anyway, that's just something I think that I'd ask the staff to tell me when these fees were first established. What are these fees? Basically when they were established, if you can. Like, were they 20 years ago, 10 years ago?
We can take a look at it.
Yeah, and
I also don't think that I don't know if anyone ever implemented that.
the automatic annual fee.
Because again, it takes active effort from the commission to actually like, you know, tabulate that, but
Yeah,
I don't think
and-
anyone's ever done that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, if you think the numbers don't reflect your time, you may want to figure out, can we do a better job of it? So that's just my 2 points. Any other comments or questions from my commissioners?
Was a lawsuit 10 years ago because there's a state law that says the building permit fees have to be reasonably tied to the actual expense of evaluating the plans. And I don't know how many months, years we spent trying to figure out what the right number was. And I don't think anyone ever came up with a real answer to that. So it's not a bad idea to try to tie it to the actual cost of doing the review, but it's a much more difficult task than you might
No,
think.
I know, and I'm an attorney, so I'm used to billing my time. You know, takes me 10 hours to do this, takes me 5 hours to do that, you know? So that's kind of like, it's for me, it's kind of like, as it is for you too, Mr. Murray, you know, it's automatic. You have to keep track of your time. And so maybe that can be done here, but anyway.
And that's what they were doing, except they were building in profit for the building department.
Right.
Into those calculations, into those hourly rates.
Okay. Anything else from my colleagues? Okay, now would be a time for public comment.
I wasn't gonna comment.
You have to come up here though, Mr. Murray. You can't do it from the chair.
I wasn't gonna comment on this because I frankly thought what was proposed there was reasonable.
And then I became unreasonable.
And then the conversation ensued. Let me just say this. The cost of fees, and sometimes they can be substantial. Yeah, application fees can be substantial. And when you're a developer, for example, and you're writing a check for $24,000 for an application fee, you know, eventually those things get passed on down the road. So that's number two. With all due respect, while the staff may be spending time on these things, the taxpayers of Cranston are contributing in support of their efforts also. So it's not like we're losing money because we're only collecting $1,200 for the review of this thing, you know, the staff, the cost of the staff and the electricity is being supported by taxpayers already. So, and the third comment I'm gonna make is that, you know, some people will say, well, those developers, they can afford these fees. Well, you know, when it gets factored into the cost of construction and housing costs, all that stuff, which we're all concerned about, I think there should be some thought to that. But I just think you know, I don't think, you know, you're in the public sector, supported by taxpayer dollars, different than you working in the private sector, me working in the private sector. Yes, I do keep track of my time and I do bill clients by the hour sometimes, but you know, nobody else is paying my electric bill. Nobody else is paying my phone bill. So I have to recoup all those things in an hourly rate. So I don't think it should be, you know, looked at it through the prism of, oh, I think we're losing money because Jonas took 45 minutes to review this application, but that other one took an hour and 45 minutes. And so we should make that applicant pay more. I'm just conceptually that bothers me.
Okay. Thank you. Any public comment on filing fees? James, is there anyone online that would like to comment on filing fees?
There is no online public comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll just have this on for December 2nd. Last one is inclusionary zoning. This is the concept of requiring a certain percentage of units being affordable housing, i.e. low and moderate income housing under state law. This inclusionary zoning ordinance is basically 15% for multifamily developments. Multifamily development of a size, I think it's supposed to be over 15, but the ordinance says 10. So I think you guys have to decide if you want it to be 15 or 10 on the size of the development.
So I believe state law changed this, I think the 2025 change made it required for 10, if I'm not mistaken, Beth? Didn't the state law, you're talking about, wait, 10, sorry, you're talking about the percentage or?
Units.
15%, but the threshold of units that
Is 10.
Yeah.
I think originally we proposed 15, but then state law changed and they just made it 10.
Okay, we can talk about that. Just, if you can just, like I said, the ordinance is written as 10 units. And I
Yes.
think that you guys in the memo are proposing 15 units. So it's just,
I put the number in wrong.
okay, that's all it was. That's it.
I got confused. I mixed up the old one, the new one.
Okay, that's great. So it's gonna be 10 units.
It's
I get
10.
it. Okay,
The actual ordinance will say 10. The memo has a typo.
okay, that's great. That's why I was confused.
Yeah.
Let me think. Generally, you know, I'm open to this thing. It's in our comprehensive plan. We've had debate about this before, about whether or not, I mean, I heard it from public comment. This is actually potentially counterproductive of getting more housing built. I will say that's why I'm kind of holding off of pushing this so fast, because we have done a really good job of getting big multifamily units built with inclusionary zoning components, I mean, affordable housing components. If we have it regularly, almost like 15%. The only exception has been Printworks. And if this project on Independence Way gets built, that's a pretty big thing there. So it's something I'm obviously open to. The other thing too is before we vote on this, I really have to talk to the administration and members of the city council about this. So like I said, it's a combination of, I think we're doing a good job as it is. I know the state has this thing that they want to see this. Personally, I think whether or not we have this thing, the way I read state law, I don't think it particularly affects our ability to deny comprehensive permit, but you know, we'll see that next year. But anyway, if my colleagues have any sort of commentary or questions about the ordinance, or John, I'm sorry, you could just, I'm just trying to skip the late, so I'm just trying to go through
Yeah,
this
no,
faster.
I don't think we're gonna have more productive discussion tonight. I mean, it's out on the website, so people
Yeah.
can see it.
Yeah.
You can call for public comment and
Is there anything
Talk
my
about it
colleagues have
later.
to say about this thing right now? Okay. If you want to, if you go make public comment, you gotta come up. You can't do it from the bench.
You made the comment about being counterintuitive, some communities in Rhode Island are trying to, have tried to do inclusionary zoning in residential developments. And so there are no developers doing residential, development. So
right.
The fact that it's on multifamily housing, whatever the right number is, I haven't thought about it. So I'm okay, conceptually with that idea. The only question I have is, and we don't spend time on it, but how does this interact with a comprehensive permit where you're getting density bonuses?
You'll have to find out after January 1st.
Well, we're gonna have a discussion about that, 'cause I'm getting a lot of.
Interest. Yes.
Okay, we're loading up the bazooka.
Yes, yes. So the way I kind of understand it, Mr. Murray and my solicitors here as well, is like if you file under the comprehensive permit statute, your density bonuses are the comprehensive permit statute.
Okay.
I believe the percentage, the affordable housing is the minimum threshold is 25%
Correct.
for comp permits
So-
versus this is 15.
This is the 15,
You
right?
have public water and sewer and things like that.
That's right. It's 3 units per acre, 5 units per acre.
50%,
Yep.
okay.
Miss-
make a really good point. We will definitely have to double check that they don't stack. But, and this, this proposal does include density, extra units, bonus units for creating affordable units, which is designed and calibrated to make it reasonable for developers to be able to produce these units. And that was precisely to address the issue that Mr. Murray raised of the goal isn't to suppress housing production.
Right. The density bonus here is that for every unit of affordable housing, you have an extra market unit. Therefore, you can increase the density. That's under the, so basically, it's the 15% concept is this, and then if you want to go to 25 or above, if you want to do the affordable housing comprehensive permit, then you follow the state law and you get what you get. Don't get upset. All right. Let's see. Is there any further questions or comments? Okay. Any public comment here on the inclusionary zoning ordinance? I got 2 dedicated people out here just loving this comprehensive plan stuff and planning.
There is no online public comment.
No online public, you got to it first. Thank you. All right, so we will get to this on December 2nd, Beth, probably. Like I said, I got to talk to some people. All right, now we're at the planning director's report.
Which I have submitted in writing.
Yes.
Woo-hoo, we got the TOD grant to bring Kettleson Associates on to help us do some public engagement around TOD, but the rest you can read.
Okay. Any questions for the director on this? Her report? Always remember, you can give her a call anytime and ask her about it. You don't have to do it at 11 o'clock at night. All right. I think that's it for the agenda. I think we can do a motion to adjourn. No? Wait.
No. It's our next meeting.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so as to repeat, we have another meeting on November the 19th. Okay, which will be Natick Solar, dedicated to the Natick Solar project. And then we will have our regular meeting on December the 2nd. Now it's time for motion to adjourn, made by Commissioner Zadelis, seconded by Director Carrero. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. Good evening. Have fun.